Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing today? You want to catch the BBBY? Yeah, BBBY is doing a pre-market announcement on 8/31. Spy puts or open or wait for the irrationality of the speech? Good question. I don't know. Like, I think the spy could probably slump back to like 418, but I think it's mostly going to chop until the speech happens. Still want to chat. Things got busy. Glad you're feeling better. Hope you have a great day. Thanks for always being here. Thanks, baby well, Nuke. I appreciate it. Oh, God. Dork, really? Just first thing in the morning, you're going to hit me with that? Are we the customers of the product? Asking for a friend because he says capitalism is gone so far now. We pay corporate welfare as well as pay companies just so they can farm money from us. Okay. I mean, he's not wrong, right? Any chance that BBBY and Fubo are in swaps? Look at the last 7 to 10 days. Then look at this morning at 9:08. Possibly. Although Fubo had like a bunch of ETF FTDs do it the same period as everything else. And it's easy to track Fubo ETF FTDs because it's in some really weird ETFs like Meta and stuff. Sure. I mean, there are similarities in their charts. They're both in IWM, like Russell 2000. They were both sold pretty heavily short going into January last year. Well, my overnight Baba speculation has paid off. I already have a market order set for opening bell. Morning coffee's on me. I see you're getting way too many Jackson's Hole jokes for the day. Enjoy. Thank you so much, Brewski. Bobby thoughts thinking about buying puts on it. Hmm. I don't know if I'd buy puts just yet. Strangles might be pretty profitable until the meeting or until the announcement. Straddles after. I think BBBY pre-market announcement like earnings. Kind of, yeah. You could straddle it though. I'm sure IV will rise into it a bit though. Maybe a good like IV play or an opportunity to sell IV. Ding ding. Yeah, I mentioned in the morning DD, it looked like they were building up a lot of liquidity in the pre-market. So GME might get shorted a bit here. Oh, those are yesterday's Greeks. Hold on, let me take those down. JFresh isn't around right now, so. Not sure how I feel about this GME post OPEX drop without any OPEX. Well, it, it's kind of confidence inducing. Hopium futures on fire. Are you going to straddle the Powell speech today? Possibly. I might just buy puts. Check Ribbon. Okay. Jumped a little at market open. Okay with that. Is that... What's the upper resistance there? Yeah, Ribbon's fine. Remember, 3360 is kind of where you want to see some volume traded. Depending on how much time you have on your puts. As long as it doesn't like break and sustain 3360 though, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Nope. Well, it is breaking. Interesting. All right, I'll re-enter. Think. What's the volume on this? Yeah. That's risk. Volatility is picking up like crazy. I'd wait for a peak on that to re-enter those. It's still not that much volume on the 1 hour, but definitely a better opportunity to reposition. Baba, order or sell? I just had a market order placed for market open. So it should be, yeah, I think they're sold already. PCE at forecast. Personal incomes and spending drop. Yeah. Lower demand, higher costs. Costs came in higher yesterday too, right? On the manufacturing. I can't remember now. Oh, it's not the right website. Second. Yeah, PCE price index. up slightly, but down from the previous. Oh, I don't have yesterday's. What the fuck? There we go. The durable goods was down 2% from the previous quarter. Durable goods orders. Okay. Then GDP price index was up. Yeah, okay. So goods and services are up, which kind of makes sense that personal spending would be slightly down. Personal incomes forecast 2 previous. Personal income's down. That's weird. Huh. That's a big fucking drop. Oh, you piece of shit. Reposition on 32. Okay. Fubo. Fubo's still down this morning. Janet 3190. Okay. I'm sure I don't the afternoon posts are like less accurate because we don't have the fully updated OI yet. Tesla puts at 300. I'd be pretty careful with that. BBBY is moving. Breaking to the upside of 11 here. Jesus, it's super volatile. Sorry, Bithead. First, cheers for your coffee. Thanks, man. Next, the market is going up. I have green on things. You promised you'd warn me if you were going to push the market up. Come on, man. I don't like surprises. You know I'm sensitive. Is the market going up? I think it's down from where it closed. But yeah, it is moving a little bit. Thank you so much, Bithead. Cheers. I just want to make sure you're still bullish on Rev. Yep. YouTube is recommending me Trade's channel and live stream. What did I do wrong? Oh, everyone's just like spending a lot of money on YouTube advertising right now, except me. So, gun it. They sent me like little notices like streamers in your market, or like streamers that your viewers watch, or using YouTube advertising, you should too. And then they show like various streamers like Matt Kors and stuff, and like how many more viewers they're getting per dollar spent. I just don't care. Are you buying back your GME covered calls on September 2nd? I might do that before the IV goes up, and then sell in the money CC September 6th before earnings for juicy premium. Yeah, I might. I'll probably buy them back by like September 1st. But Powell pretty much not saying anything groundbreaking. Not necessarily. Um, I think the market, I mean, the market's losing confidence in the Fed, so the Fed's having less and less of an effect on equity prices just through saying stuff. Like if you guys remember back in like Feb and March, May, the Fed would just come out and say something and it would immediately affect the market, right? And now less and less, right? Like it's more their actions that are affecting the market now. So they're losing a little bit of control over equity pricing simply based on what they say. It'll be more about what they do. And if they continue with aggressive rate hikes, the market is not ready for that, I don't think. Rev chart's dumb. Okay. SLR. Okay, so I want to like see if I can some zero DTE calls on this. 125. I go that far out of the money? Ah, fuck it. I fill that gap and then I have to buy more. I take the hint. Here's your YouTube marketing money. Thank you so much, Bithead. I appreciate it. I'll be sure to advertise my latest video where I have a puzzled expression on the stream card. I feel like this chat owns the float on Rev. Possibly? I don't know if that's true. Thoughts on CRM here. It looks like it's been a little uptrend, but still down at relatively strong HSR. Also, we better be streaming Papa J's speech. CRM. 1 second. Salesforce. Don't they just had earnings, right? What did they do? They did pretty good. Mm, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a big fan of this company. The earnings beat's kind of unexpected though. What are all these companies gonna do when fucking margins tighten at the end of the year? Like at some point they've got to admit, uh, I don't know, maybe 190. If it's gonna do it, it's not doing it very fast. What's up, popcorn trader? We'll own the float on Rev if it hits 10. It hit 10 already. Reviewing Brook risk level, but it's coming down. Does it need to hold above the trend? Yeah, it needs to hold above the trend. I repositioned though. I got into 32s. So I sold out of the 30s and rolled up to 32. People are mentioning you now in the WeBull chat for Revlon. Oh, gross. He and DPQ looking really good today. Is it? That looks fantastic. Is this that fucking shitty penny stock? You're being sarcastic, I assume. Or at least I hope you are. Yeah, FSLR is keeps pricing up IV and then dropping it. Oh, you are being sarcastic. Okay. Love that free Elvis channel streaming on Fubo TV. Elvis channel? Jimmy or IV play my DCA into some Jan 2023 calls. Okay. Try to capture the IV bump. Might not be a terrible idea. How much of that is getting priced in already this morning, though? Maybe not a lot. Oh, that's Bobby. Yeah, IV's still really fucking low for earnings. There's some good opportunities there. Not even just the far dated ones, like I'm not too sure about 237.50s, but 150s look really good. Those are 0.03 Vega. 125s look really good too. Huh. Yeah, that might be a play. I don't know how anticipated GME's earnings are going to be, but Could be like a 10% IV bump or something like that. Still waiting on Rev to drop more? Or are you thinking of starting to dollar cost average in now? I'd like it to drop a little more. I don't know if it will. Okay, seriously, if I can sell these for 104, I'm out. What's the September 1st stuff about? What's September 1st? Oh, everyone's freaking out about the change in margin requirements. It doesn't mean anything. um we've already been through like 6 of them. Bithead, thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Big shout out to Bithead for hooking you up. I appreciate it, dude. Twice? What the fuck? Bithead going long on memberships for the month of September. Thank you so much. Seriously, man. What's up, man? Big rate hike incoming. Big J about to make the VIX hit 30 today. The SPY to 412. Puts go re and we winning. That'd be cool. Oh shit. Really? Dude, my fucking FSLR 0 DTEs filled on that tiny little bump. The fucking IV movements on this are insane. Did you guys see that? I put in a fucking limit for like $30 up on the contracts, and it filled on a 2-cent price move. Should I get back in this? Shit's kind of exciting. That is a wild move. Do you know if anything is leaked from Jackson's Hole? No? I hope not. That would be... Guys, make sure you click on Bithead's package and enable gifting. Also, just, he likes it when you do that. Bithead making it rain memberships. Seriously. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can get another weird fill on this. I'm just gonna set the limit sell for $1. Sorry about the spike in IV there. I had membership FTDs. No worries, man. I'm glad you're settling your obligations. Thank you so much, Bithead. Google it, free channel with ads. Wait, what? What am I Googling? Looks like Riven could break down. Well, that's the idea. Okay, you know what? I should just cancel this because this actually looks like it's gonna pop. What's the spy doing? Oh god, these are all regular cat. Hold on, I gotta fix everything here. This is disgusting. There we go. It was a weird run this morning on BBBY, right? Today's T6. FTDs. Also, did you get a chance to see my Fubo thesis? I did, yeah. It's some of the things you're outlining are things I've been considering already, but I did not know I did not know about the whatchamacallit, the Mexican first tier thing being the most viewed one in the United States market. Is that what it was? Yeah. That was interesting. I knew about them retaining the streaming rights for like CBS and Univision, NBC, Fox. Been in rural Wisconsin with no internet since last Saturday. What's been happening with Rev? We're kind of in a down cycle right now in between the two FTD due periods. So hopefully an opportunity to average down a little bit. Is this all the puts being entered on straddles? Probably. I will say, BMG, you're very bullish on soccer, just in general. I don't know how popular soccer is going to become in the American market among Americans. But maybe it'll pick up in popularity. It seems like kind of a long bet. Learning to paint with Bob Ross is free on Fubo TV. Bullish. Baba puts if under 100. No. I probably wouldn't. There's a lot of call interest, long-term call interest, um, above at 100 and above 100. So it could kind of just maybe bounce between like 101 and 103. Looks like the market's starting to price at a rate hike. Uh, maybe. I don't know. It kind of just looks like it's bleeding off the interest from yesterday. Like that crazy run we had into close. What's changed? I think that was a lot of repositioning. That big run up we had. What strikes you targeting for your October spy puts? Right now, 415 and 410 primarily. Um, maybe some 400. I say maybe some 400, but like obviously my leverage at 400 would be quite high. What's happening to the spy? It's chopping violently. Do you know the name of the formula? Specifically, it's multiple formulas. There's a formula for finding gamma exposure. Sorry. Which is I'll have to DM it to you. I don't know if I can post it here. If you want, DM me and I'll send you the formula for calculating gamma exposure and the one for like adjusting it for skew. Oh, is the market just crashing today? Is that what we're doing? Of course it would. You piece of shit. Calm the fuck down. Uh, that's a big sell-off. Can you speculate on the Bobby call and announcement? Not really. I don't know what they're going to announce. It's not necessarily bullish. I don't know what bullish things they could say, frankly. Geofizzy drink. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. FSLR about to rip? No, not anymore. That's a lot of selling. Hawkish. Oh shit, the Fed meeting. We have to listen to Mr. Powell. Nope, that's the wrong one.
Last quarter century. And in particular, we're drawing on three important lessons that I'll highlight. The first lesson is that central banks can and should take responsibility for delivering low and stable inflation. It may seem strange now that central bankers and others once needed convincing on these two fronts. But as former Chairman Ben Bernanke has shown, both propositions were widely questioned during the Great Inflation period. Today, we regard these questions as settled. Our responsibility to deliver price stability is unconditional. It is true that the current high inflation is a global phenomenon.
And that is
many economies around the world face inflation as high or higher than seen here in the United States. It's also true, in my view, that the current high inflation in the United States is the product of strong demand and constrained supply, and that the Fed's tools work principally on aggregate demand.
Yeah, this is, I have
None
all the
of this
volume maxed
diminishes
out.
The Federal Reserve's responsibility to carry out our assigned task of achieving price stability. There is clearly a job to do in moderating demand to better align with supply, we are committed to doing that job. The second lesson is that the public's expectations about future inflation can play an important role in setting the path.
If you can't hear it, here's the link, but I don't know if your audio will be any better.
Inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored. That is broadly true of surveys of households, businesses and forecasters, and of market-based measures as well.
Oh, there's subtitles
too. That is not
too.
Grounds for complacency, with inflation having run well above our goal for some time. If the public expects that inflation will remain low and stable over time, then, absent major shocks, it likely will. Unfortunately, the same is true of expectations of high and volatile inflation. During the 1970s, as inflation climbed, the anticipation of high inflation became entrenched in the economic decision-making of businesses and households. The more inflation rose, the more people came to expect it to remain high, and they built that belief into wage and price decisions. As former Chairman Paul Volcker put it at the height of the Great Inflation in 1979, inflation feeds in part on itself, so part of the job of returning to a more stable and more productive economy must be to break the grip of inflationary expectations. One useful insight into how actual inflation may affect expectations about its future path is based in the concept of rational inattention. When inflation is persistently high, households and businesses must pay close attention and incorporate inflation into their economic decisions. When inflation is low and stable, they are freer to focus their attention elsewhere. Former Chairman Alan Greenspan put it this way: for all practical purposes, price stability means that expected changes in the average price level are small enough and gradual enough that they do not materially enter business and household financial decisions. Of course, inflation has just about everyone's attention right now, which highlights a particular risk today. The longer the current bout of high inflation continues, the greater the chance that expectations of higher inflation will become entrenched. And that brings me to the third lesson, which is that we must keep at it until the job is done. History shows that the employment costs of bringing down inflation are likely to increase with delay, as high inflation becomes more entrenched in wage and price setting. The successful Volcker disinflation of the early 1980s followed multiple failed attempts to lower inflation over the previous 15 years. A lengthy period of very restrictive monetary policy was ultimately needed to stem high inflation and to start the process of getting inflation down to the low and stable levels that were the norm until the spring of last year. Our aim is to avoid that outcome by acting with resolve now. So, these lessons are guiding us as we use our tools to bring inflation down. We are taking forceful and rapid steps to moderate demand so that it comes into better alignment with supply and to keep inflation expectations anchored. We will keep at it until we're confident the job is done. Thank you.
That it?
Thank you, Chairman Powell.
Okay. I mean, it wasn't a nothing burger. But it kind of was. Did Powell say something bullish? No. I mean, as far as I could tell, he just said, we're going to continue hiking the fuck out of rates. And he said Volcker like 7 times. It's like they've spent the entire weekend jerking off to textbooks about Volcker. Yeah, he said a bunch of bearish shit. You missed the first 5 minutes where he said things like he still sees a strong labor market, but the labor market's weakening. Like a strong labor market is bad, right? That's what I don't understand is like they need unemployment to come up. They want the labor market to weaken because they need demand to drop. Yet they keep referencing the strong labor market like it's somehow good for them. Rev 615 price target reached. Ooh, that's exciting. No, it's at 633. Two X GME charts bullish. Oh yeah, I opened a second one because you couldn't see it. SPY 1 hour look like it's forming a head and shoulders. Yeah, I mean, it kind of already formed one and then is forming another. It dipped on the sell-off. Oh, okay. Did anybody get a fill there? Carbon-based. I didn't recommend a good platform for trading options. I'm pissed Fidelity won't let me buy 0 DTEs. Who do you suggest? WeBull or IBKR? Thinkorswim lets you buy them all the way into close too, right? I don't know. I think it does. I think people thought that Powell would say a lot more today. Your volume is still really loud from the speech. I didn't turn my volume up. I just turned the speech volume up. My microphone's the same. Thanks. Guess I need a new brokerage account. Oh, the stream alerts. Oh, I don't hear those. There you go. I turned it back down. I think everyone holding straddles is really disappointed about that speech. Yeah, probably. I'm glad I forgot about it. I forgot to buy straddles. I made 30% on the FSLR play, right? It was crazy. What was that? It kept spiking to like the premiums kept spiking to obscene levels. Like 30% increase in premium with no change in price. Opinions about the wording from the Rev report, where their counsel states they expected 100% loss in equity, and that's why they're specifically excluded small investors. I didn't read that part specifically. I read the part where they said, small investors' interests are aligned with larger equity holders, which basically just means like our interests are aligned with Perelman's. What the fuck will the spy do now? I mean, probably just react to the next set of economic data that comes out today. Maybe more than it should. What's next? We got the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index came in at negative 8%. New home sales month over month down an additional 5% from the previous month. Oof. That's rough. Fed shipments, 2-year note auction starts at 1 p.m. API crude changes at 4:30. And then Kashkari is speaking tonight at 7 p.m. Interesting. Futures will be fun tonight. I set a stupidly low limit on FSLR when it dipped, and then doubled my money on that pop above 125. FSLR has been on my watch list for a really long time, but I guess it got an upgrade this morning and moved up like $20. The price target was 140, but obviously it's not hitting 140 right now. But there's a big downside gap to like 120 that needs to fill. But I'll probably start watching it a little bit more now. There's clearly an insane party last night at Jackson's Hole. J-Pal lost some sort of bet where he had to mention Volker as many times as possible. Revelant did that right before it halted the other day. Wild upward swings and options premiums. Is IRA benefits unappreciated? Interesting. If market is uncertain after Powell's shenanigans, wouldn't it dump as people aren't a fan of uncertainty as it stands? No, not necessarily. I don't think it's that uncertain, but I think they're gonna just I think we're gonna continue to have a fairly choppy, maybe slightly bearish market until either we get a higher inflation report or the Fed bumps rates. Although that speech made it seem like they're going to bump rates a lot. It's weird to be okay with either price direction. Wait till I teach you about selling iron condors. And butterflies. Okay, now that we've learned cash secured puts, guys, we can learn to profit off of IV crush with short iron butterflies, right? Everyone's ready for that, I assume. Let's fucking go. Box spreads. I saw titanium spider monkeys on the side. Some of these strategies you talk about just make me think you're buying and selling random strikes all over the chain and profiting. Yeah. No, I won't talk about something that complicated, but I will talk about strangling GameStop when it's being lame. So we know the upper bound of like gamma on GameStop right now kind of dies off at like 34.50. And we know that we have gamma neutral down at 31, right? And this is kind of what I'm doing right now is I have covered calls here and I have CSPs here. And this is a strangle. So as long as the price of the stock trades in between these 2 points for the next week, I will make money. Intrigued? This is the next We're not going to do iron butterflies, but this is the next move. Once you've learned to sell this, it's just called a strangle. Yep. Strangle is, well, it's a short strangle, but it's a strangle. Yes, choking the, we'll call it choking the chicken. Oh, I did what you did, but on accident. By accident, blue bananas. By. I'm also strangling Fubo. Yeah. But puts cost same like share? Maybe. So you see, because I stay above my CSP strike and below my covered call strike, I simply harvest all the premium. Like a premium farmer. No, on accident is grammatically incorrect. It is by accident. It's called Theta Gang, bro. One step at a time, Russell, my jimmies. One step at a time. Some of you who've actually opened your copies of options as a strategic investment, instead of just using them to hold down things as door stops or using them to club people, will have known about this strategy for some time. What if news causes it to break its playpen? Well, then you simply buy back the losing leg. And continue to make premium on the opposite leg. Isn't that just the wheel strategy? No. Strangles are generally not, well, they're generally not part of wheeling. Unless you've fucked up wheeling and gotten assigned, in which case, then yes. You're playing both sides against the middle? How is that fair? You must really like making money. Simon Ead, welcome to Long Johnson, man. See the fills on these memberships? Some real liquidity issues on YouTube's end. Some of them go out to subscribers, right? So just people that are subscribed but not here right now. I think. Although I'm not sure. It might just be if people join the channel they get them, because I still see people getting them. Ooh, Rev coming back down to 615 again. What do you call it when you sell a CC and CSP at the same strike? Still a strangle. Let's just add the money. How low do you think Riven can fall? 26-ish? Hold on. There we go. So if Riven does break down through this trend line, which it has not yet, but if it does, there's a really big gap from here at like 29 down to 26 that I think will fill. Especially if it starts to slip below the like $32 resistance. That's why on that bounce, I rolled up into the 32s. Because that way I'm a little better positioned than I was when I first entered it. I have a little higher strike now. And then if it bounces off of the 31, I can just cut the position. Like if it continues to like trade in this channel like that, I can reposition and still make some decent profits with the $32 strike. Whereas, you know, obviously if it breaks down, I'd make money either way. SPY all the way back down again. Why would shorts ever cover if they know we were going into a bear market? Shorts just never cover. But I mean, what do you mean? What cover what? Cover short positions? They won't. Cover obligations is different than covering short positions, right? When you're looking to sell short-term covered calls like a week out, what time frame do you prefer to use to make your decision? Um, Probably like the 1 or 4 hour. A broader time range. Like you want to get longer term trends for selling options. You don't want to use like 15-minute or 30-minute. What's it called when you have covered calls at 30 and CSP is at 35? Asking for a friend. Do you have a cover call at 30? A CSP is at 35. So you have an, hold on. So they're both in the money. Oh, I don't really know if there's like, can't remember what the fuck that's called. There is a name for it. It's called an iron giveaway. It sounds like a weird delta hedge. Yeah. It's guts. It's gut spread, right? So a short gut spread would profit. I mean, it's kind of like a strangle, but you're expecting like the underlying to move significantly if you have one of those. Generally, those are long. Right? Because your max loss is at the center of the spread. So, what would that look like? That would be like, this with max loss here and max profit here and here. I mean, no, it can be profitable. It's just that you need the underlying to move a lot in one direction or the other. Yay, SPY dying. Well, it broke down below 414. What are the next few downward resistances for GME? 3073, which we've bounced off of twice today. Below that, 2983. On my other chart, yeah, 2983, and then there's an ascending trend down at like 29, like, yeah, basically like $29 right now. Below that, we don't have any, like, I mean, we don't have any post split data, right? Like there's 28, 39, and very likely like 26.55. No, resistance isn't synonymous with support. So when you have a trend, whether it be horizontal or ascending or descending, um, a resistance is defined as something that the price hits and then is rejected off of. Right? And then a support is defined as a point in time when the stock touches and bounces to the upside. So support, resistance, many times like your horizontals will have both, right? Or they will lean stronger in one direction than the other. Like it may only have like 2 upside crosses, but it has like 6 downside rejections. Knowing the like the way volume acts around any resistance point is beneficial. So you should always make sure that you're paying attention to, you know, when you're looking at a resistance, you want to look at, you know, does volume increase into tests? Does volume increase into breakouts? Some resistances, I mean, if you understand the options chain and how that affects price in the underlying, then you don't really need to know that so much. But if you're only looking at it from a technical perspective, like, you know, you're gonna see like acceleration into and out of the breaks where high options interest is relevant, right? So like say GME $35 strike or $35 resistance. You will see not only volume increase into breaks of that resistance, you'll see volume increase after breaks of that resistance, right? Because lots of calls go in the money. So you can use technical analysis to identify that same trend with just volume without knowing that, you know, X number of 35Cs go in the money. I'd rather use options data because it's far more accurate, but just got a free membership for the second month in a row from the same person. Thank you, Bithead. Thanks, Bithead. Johnny Utah. Hey, Gurk, missed the last 20 minutes or so. Thoughts on SPY committing seppuku? Sorry if I'm being redundant. Thanks for all you do. Yeah, it's not looking very good. JPow said a bunch of things about Volker and then walked away. So I can understand the market not reacting bullishly towards that. When are you planning to buy back into Rev 35Cs? This time next week? Probably closer to this time next week, yeah. I think so. If you were poor, how would you grow a port with only a few $100? Um, I would probably buy a relatively stable, like $4 or $5 stock with 60% or greater IV and sell covered calls on it until either the price of the underlying went up or I'd gotten enough premium to buy a slightly better stock and then rinse and repeat somewhere else. So buy rights are a really good way of building capital with like minimal risk. Make sure that you have to make sure that the stock you're buying is stable though. If it's something that bounces between 2 and 4 a lot, that's very risky. And it's hard to find something that has high IV and is in a stable trend. But you want to look for something that's either reversing and is going to move up, or you want to look for something that's, you know, bouncing off the low end of like an ascending channel. So you want to look for stocks that are cheap, and then you want to look for something, you know, trading in an ascending channel, but you want it here, like where it's bouncing, not up here, right? Because then, you know, up here you sell your covered call, and then you get exercised, and then you don't own the stock anymore, and you've made, not only have you made money on the underlying, you've captured premium as well. Or you want to look for something that, you know, came down and bounced and is now starting to move into an uptrend. This is a little riskier. You're not going to make a lot of money, but it's compounding. You know, if you're selling weeklies at 3% and also getting, if you're getting assigned, you know, you're gonna make whatever the price increase in the underlying is in addition to the premium. You can also scalp. Scalping's a lot riskier, but much faster. I say I should remember my pain and close out my CC. If I ever see it up the same amount, I stress out about when it's red. I made 40 bucks today. Thank you so much for your amazing insight. No problem, man. I think I've got this delta hedging thing down. My SPX position has stayed even despite all this up and down. Now I just need to learn how to sell each leg at the right time. You're getting there. All in on Apple 135p's? Fuck no. I probably wouldn't buy an Apple put below 165. Maybe 160, but like not September, October. I didn't say anything about Fubo. Good morning, Gurk. Just got on. What the fuck happened? Also, Spy 916 410p's. You could, yeah, you could play that. I think the Spy will most likely move fairly sideways or slightly up into next week. So I'm still waiting to position for the downside. I hope I don't wait too long, but next few downward resistances on the SPY. 412.28, 411.45, 409.77, 407.65. 405.29 is a really important one. Some of these are from trading. I really need to clean this fucking thing up. I'll try to clean up my SPY chart later tonight. It doesn't have to be Fubo. It can be any stock. Fubo's a decent opportunity for that. But Fubo actually has kind of some room to the downside, which would be really, really risky with a tiny account like that. You see Jamie hitting a $15 range before approaching 50 again. 15? No? Yeah, I don't see it hitting 15. Also, why would you sell now? We were just at like 47. And you want to sell now at 30? What, I don't understand that, like, capitulation to downward price action. Like, if you know you can sell the stock for more in the future, why would you sell it for 30 now? Like, 30 is not even very high. In the hopes that you could buy it back, but we're already at gamma neutral and we're not really breaking down from it much. Aren't you supposed to grow a small account by doing 0 DTE YOLOs out of the money? That's a good way to just lose your paycheck every week. How would you hold SPY over the weekend? I've got 414 puts. Would I? Probably not. I don't know. What expiration? Whatever happened to the MAC Dork indicator? The one with the chart with the touching tips? Still relevant? Yeah. It's been in development, though. So, like, it's been being worked on. And when it's being worked on, it's a little less reliable. So, we've been kind of keeping it on the side. And we check it every once in a while, but it's more of like a macro type analysis anyway. Oh, interesting. Huh. 414p expires September 2nd. Then no, I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't hold a September 2nd over the weekend. Especially if it was in the money. VXX just had a big buy-in. Maybe my 24C aren't wrecked. How much time do you have on them? Strategies like Iron Condors or just a combination of different options, strikes, and dates. Yes. Have you ever developed your own strategy that you use consistently to make money? Yes. Like my own option strategies that I use to make money? I mean, they're all going to be some combination of existing strategies, right? There's no like newer strategies. There's only so many ways directionally or non-directionally you can give yourself options exposure. You said recently you don't think GME is a buy above 25. Why are you holding GME? Is it only for cover call plays? Or do you consider it a potential runner still? Well, I have a lot of confidence in its long-term value, first of all. But yeah, also because it's still a runner. I just wouldn't buy it above 25. And that's partially due to my own cost basis. If I had a cost basis that was at like 35, then I'd have no problem buying GME above 25, like at like 30 or 28. But and then yeah, covered call premium is fantastic on it. And when you sell cover calls on an OPEX, you can make like $20 a share. Like on a serious run on GME, you can make a shitload of money on premium with relatively little risk. So I have like upwards of 100,000 shares, and so it's very, very profitable for me to just hold it, and even if it's like twice a year, right? That we get like a solid run. Selling covered calls into that is massively profitable. And because IV's high, selling calls the rest of the time is also really profitable. I've told people this a bunch, the value in GME is its volatility. And as long as there's buyers in the market for that volatility, it's going to be worth holding. Even if you didn't believe in, the longer term potential for the company. It remains illiquid. Nick 3D, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't
How much more room do you see on the downside for Fubo? You mentioned around 350. In that case, would this be a good time to sell $4 CSP to get assigned and essentially buy the stock at 360? I sold some $4 CSPs yesterday on Fubo. They're underwater a little bit, but no. So the broader range for Fubo is, you know, the price could potentially fall back down to like 299. So be aware of that. I'm very willing to buy it at 4, but it could fall back down. I think it's gonna probably find some stability in the current range between like 360 and 460, like that $1 range. I can show you. There. But there are resistances like down here, you know, where there's potential for the price to return to. So into the lower $3 range, which is, I think, a really good buy. Could it fall back to 230? Maybe. Unlikely. I'd love for that to happen, because I'm still building a long position, but I don't think we'll get that again. Not since their earnings and more recent announcements. It seems really unlikely. Maybe in the event of like a severe downturn in the market or something. When was the last time you even bought something from GameStop? Last year? My cost basis for GME on my gambling account is $57. Jesus fucking Christ. Is this what happens on the stream before noon? Charts that don't move, no action on any ticker, a less salty pickle, but the same ridiculous questions. When CNS am I early? That's not true. Fucking SPY dropped like $10 already today. BBBY did some stuff. Powell came out and said Volcker like 25 times. Like he lost a bet. Yeah, you're a bit early for CNS, Gaff. But it's okay. It's coming. Well, actually, it's going on right now. What's your cost basis on those VWAP hats? Do you think you'll double down at some point? I already did, very recently. I recently purchased more VWAP hats. I don't like them, though, as much as the previous VWAP hat. They're more comfortable and, like, a better quality hat. But the weird spacing and the lettering bothers me. Do you think GME cost basis is what you paid for the stock? Or are you constantly subtracting after every CC sell buy? I subtract, like, it's a net cost basis. I mean, cost basis will always be what you paid for the stock, but by profiting off of the holding of the stock, you know, you are bringing the net cost of that stock down. Have you ever had a dream that you had you could do so, you want him to do you so much you could do anything? I haven't had that specific dream, but beautifully worded, Mike the Legend. What time frame is ideal to sell CC for GME at the peaks? 90 days out? 30, 45 DTE? You want to sell it into the, like, the low IV peak. So usually about 30 days. Isn't this selling into OPEX fairly bullish on GME? I mean, if you consider September to be the next OPEX period, then yeah, the current negative gamma and downward push would be bullish for September. which actually is only, a few weeks out now. Is this a good entry point for longer dated cat calls? I do not think so, no. Morning sugar tits. I've been looking all morning for the gold bagel sign up link. Does Bithead control that lever? Thanks, man. He does. If you send him like a carrier pigeon, he'll get back to you within 3 to 5 business weeks. Petition to rename Rev Gen 35s to Hank the Tank. I think there's a high likelihood that RC wants to intentionally add liquidity and make it less attractive volatility play for short hedge funds. Perhaps the split was part of that plan. Sure. I mean, I kind of think that's why. I think that's why Elon bought Bitcoin. I know everyone, like, for the most part, doesn't like Elon very much. I don't either. But by adding BTC to the holdings of your company, right, you make your underlying stock more volatile, because now your stock is going to also have this like weighted correlation with Bitcoin, which is insanely volatile. And by doing that, you're discouraging short volatility players, because it's harder to control the volatility to the downside. So in a similar way, by making it harder to increase volatility, um, that's where I think that's where Cohen's split would kind of come into play. If your stock can't become super volatile, then it's less attractive to short it. Long-term price target on Fubo, 13 to 22.15. 22.15 was a different stock. 13, hold on, I have it written down. 13.58 to 26.67. That's 1 year, 2 year. What is CNS? Continuous net settlement. What expiry are you targeting for SPY puts? October, November? October, if I was gonna buy November ones, they would be pretty far out of the money, like 380 or something like that. No, Bobby's not 108% short. Have you guys discussed Avia yet? Seeing increased interest on subs. Is it as good as they claim? Let's take a look at it. Killing these early is a joy. Compelling, although earnings are garbage. Packaged software? That doesn't tell us a lot. Insider buys. Non-compliance notice from NASDAQ. That's never good. Hard to get delisted from NASDAQ. Senior term secured exchangeable loans. Okay, so shitloads of liquidity available. Non-compliance notice from NYSE as well. So they're just racking up debt. Liabilities, 3 trillion, equity. You picked up 10 million there. So it's just like another D-SPAC play. I don't like these. Maybe if it breaks 250 or something. Otherwise, I'm not a big fan. Ooh. That's an attractive price. Riven broke 32. Cool. It's probably sketchy. Girk's BlackRock recruiter. Why did the DTCC file the wrong format on both GME and Tesla? FCO2 split, FCO6 split dividend. How can this crime even happen? Because they're just splitting the stock. They don't issue the dividend, like the dividend shares, Sebastian. Also, where the fuck are you getting the DTCC split filings from? You do know that that's like a blank document that people can just fill out online with whatever information they want and then take a screenshot of, right? What are Weebull's options fees for you? I have no idea. Relatively cheap, I think. Let me see if I can find. Uh, I don't know. I have no idea. Give us the bear thesis for Bobby. NASDAQ's an automated DMM. And Bobby has traded sufficient volume since the peak to cover any obligations from before the peak. Since, you know, this is net buying, right? And failures. We know this is failures. And this is net sell. You know, the volume here is equivalent to the volume here. This is 728 million. This is 728 million. Actually, if I covered today, it's even more. I would suspect that, yeah, it's 752 million now. I would suspect that it does not have long on reg show at this point. And internalization is like really efficient on NASDAQ stocks. And so when you see NASDAQ stocks like squeeze or have really volatile price action, you know, you'll get this like kind of like immediate balance. See how it's just returned to spot. Whereas on NYSE, which is like far less efficient, you get, you know, something more like this. See, you can, and just in the like chart data, you can see the less efficient decline in price and covering. And we all know how CNS works, so it should come as no surprise to you that, you know, that's what they're trying to do with Bobby. That's why the volume's still so high, even though participation is way the fuck down. Trade spotting mentioning a possible surge to the upside in party. I just don't like it. It's like got a super shitty illiquid options chain. We played it last year and it was okay. It moves seasonally, and yeah, it's over short, but they're not getting squeezed out. Wouldn't buy Rev. I might consider buying some right now, actually. Yeah. Looks like Bobby 1050 CCs are safe. Now I can sell more on the pop next week on their strategy plan. Yeah, I think you're going to be okay on those. CEI? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a volatile penny stock. I guess you can try to play the run-ups in it. Camber Energy. Although I would say as far as significant run-ups go, it doesn't have a lot of them. It's very cheap right now, but for very good reason. I guess they're staying on the NYSE, so that's good for them. BTC drilling. I just don't like penny stocks. I don't play them. I don't invest in them. I have very good reason for not doing so. Not that you can't make a ton of money on them, but in order to get like sufficient leverage to make a lot of money on them, you're taking on an obscene amount of risk. Selling some CSP here on Rev sound good. I just bought a bunch of shares. If Rev tips below 5, does it get delisted due to NYSE requirements? No. Probably premium gold tier commission? What the fuck is that? Perelman, not Perlman. I'm drinking coffee when Kenny calls. You have a buy-in PT on Rev, or just waiting for some event? I just bought some. Jimmy found a bottom. More downside possible? Sure, but this seems like an okay support for today. How would one best close a straddle position? You generally close the winning leg. And then, you can so depending on your theta and stuff and what your intention is, when you play a straddle, if the price moves down, for instance, you would usually close the losing leg and let the winning one run. So, which offsets the loss a little bit. If you expect the stock to be kind of volatile, then you can close the winning leg and then close the losing leg later. Max loss on the losing leg will always be just the premium paid. No, 35Cs are too expensive still. Not sure if you discussed it, but Jimmy does the same thing in September as it did in March post earnings into OPEX. What could be the reason? March was speculated to be holiday related, not September. I know. I mean, technically, they don't have to cover ETF obligations until the date that the forward contracts are written to. So, say in December, Jan, Feb, they wrote forward contracts for like XRT to March and May, right? Then they cover in March and May. And then say in like May, June, July, they write contracts for September and like October. Then they don't have to cover until September, October, or September, November. So they can always delay potentially to the furthest ETF, like the furthest ETF rebalance date. The tricky thing with that is like June, right? Because like June we didn't really see a lot, but we did see some price action. And so I wonder if they like wrote to May, then there wasn't a lot of obligations for June, but June was technically still an OPEX. I mean, June had all of the signals of being an OPEX without realizing a lot of volumetric price action, right? Like we still got the double top. You know, we had like that T plus rollover. We saw, you know, a 21% increase in price. So it may be that just obligations for June were very light. And then since June, they've been writing obligations forward to September. ETF FTDs came in right on time, but I'm suspicious of August 16th because nothing was really due, yet we ran really hard. The whole basket did. And so I'm wondering if they just kind of blew out whatever they had for August or like pre-hedged whatever they had for August in advance. And that's why we see internalization so high now. Because internalization on GME is still like, or utilization on GME is still really, really high. MM's trying to kill Gamma. Interesting. Can they? I mean, of course they're trying to kill it, but can they? All right, that rev bottom timing was just ridiculous. I nailed it. I got shares at 585. Other than Trade Spotting and yourself, are there any other respectable YouTubers that you would consider their TA reasonable or somewhat accurate? I follow you the most in your plays. I like Trade Spotting's TA, although I can't say I'm a fan of his recent stock analysis, especially Root. But no, I don't know. I don't really follow a lot of other YouTubers. Most of them are like bullshit, right? Just like trying to like promote some system or like course or some like nonsense like that. I haven't run into a lot. There's a few like really unknown YouTube channels that are mostly dead where there's some information, but no, not really. Clip what? What am I clipping? I don't know what I'm clipping. You clip it. You have a clip button. Ray Fubo Investor President presents. Looks decent. Not bad for this price. I really like the sports betting potential. If when they figure it out, it could be a huge return. Long way off, but that's okay. I agree. I think it's a long way off, but also, you know, Fubo's a very attractive volatility short. So I'm kind of banking on that a little bit as price improves, especially if it improves and creates a lot of volatility in the process. Reminder to everyone in puts, don't push your luck too hard. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty accurate. Looks like a slight chance I'll get assigned to my 7 and 750 rev CSPs, but with the premiums, I'll have a cost basis of like 650. So that's cool, I guess. Yeah, that's not too bad. Boss Blunts is not good at TA. At all. And yes, I've seen it. I'm not gonna recommend anybody because for the most part they're all just phonies. Not even for the most part, just universally. I have not run into any like credible information on YouTube on the financial, like in the financial world, that isn't just like an attempt to sell something. Sometimes it's just themselves they're selling, but yeah, but Bruce is also just trying to sell something, right? Like, how fucking valuable could an hour of Bruce's time be? Like, he knows his shit, right? But he's also kind of just like a shill. I don't know. I find like the world of YouTube finance to be insufferable and unwatchable. And that's pretty universal. Yeah, I used to think so, Space Banana. But then they kind of took a turn down the I want to be a YouTuber path as well. Soluna Holdings? No. Why? Give me don't just ask me to look at a ticker. Give me a thesis. If you don't have a thesis, I'm not gonna fucking look at it. I mean, I don't watch my own stream. I don't know. I don't think I have ever asked anybody for anything. I definitely don't sell anything. Costco 400 October? Jesus Christ, no. I wish. I still have calls for October that I haven't closed. Nice, Servaldor. Congratulations, dude. Uncle Bruce is so transparent in his self-interest that I kind of respect him. Would I buy a car from him? No. Is he right about writing covered calls? Sometimes, although he does pick some really terrible timing for telling people to write them. I'm not probably opening a merch store. My girlfriend's 55 years old and has spent more time in GameStop than me. Her son, now in college, was making her go there every week for new games and cards. Huh. Odd. Spy bounce off 410 didn't look too strong, did it? No, but none of the upside price action on the spy has looked very strong recently. You know, it's just been constant. It's like been like low volume climbs. You sold more copies of options as a strategic investment than they've ever anticipated. Yeah, but I don't have like an affiliate link, so I don't even make money on that. I'll just open up my own bookstore. That's what I'll do. Why didn't you stop me from selling my puts before the Fed meeting? I didn't know you were going to do that. Congratulations, Dr. Drake. Please check out Disney Thesis. Return to Monkey Island is being released September 19th, which will cause MOASS. Interesting. Okay. Why would you buy GME at 29? Like today? Did it hit 29? No. When was GME at 29? You mean like back in May? That really underwater $9 Rev 40 CSPs expiring today. Do you think Rev will go back up? When are their next FTDs hitting? I do think it'll go back up, but what's your premium cost on those? De-engineer. Like you're not buying shares of Rev at 9. So what was the premium you got? My boomer dad asked me for a stock to invest in. I suggested CAT around 185. He said it seems too risky and asked if he should invest in GME because it seems way less risky. Oh boy. Really? I don't even know how you overcome that hurdle, CML. Show him the implied volatility of the two stocks. What's your PT for Ribbon? I think it could hit 26. It might not, but it's starting to break down below. Like once it breaks like 31.20 to the downside, that's like my mid. I'll be targeting like 29, after 29, 26.80. And I'd probably exit at that point. It's wild. I can sell 6 CCs and make 10 to 20% of my biweekly salary in 2 weeks. I definitely owe you something someday. Don't worry about it, man. Congratulations. I feel cornered. Not only is my entire GME position in the red, it's also 100% long-term capital. I feel like if I sold covered calls, I'd get eaten and lose the tax break. Well, you wouldn't lose the tax break. You would receive the tax break, but I mean, if you're gonna, that's how you can't drop your cost basis without selling them, right? Unless you buy more at a cheaper price. So, I mean, you have to take some risk at some point. I'd imagine you're nowhere near your cost basis right now. I don't know what the fear of selling covered calls to the upside is. Like, we're not going to $40 by like next Friday, right? Like, even if it's minimal and you say super risk averse, you're still, and even if you're selling them for like pennies on the dollar, you're still reducing your cost basis, right? Regardless of if you're selling contracts out at 10 cents a contract or you're selling them at $1 a contract, no matter what, your cost basis is coming down. And if you're selling them at 10, just set a risk for yourself of like 5 cents. Like, if the option goes up 5 cents, fucking get rid of them or something. Or if it goes back to break even, ditch them. If you're that afraid of getting called away. GME can go down a lot more from its current price, especially if put interest continues to build. Like, we could fall back down to like 25 potentially. This slump today against GN, like, if this doesn't prompt options interest, we're gonna fall out of the standard deviation of VWAP, and the price will accelerate to the downside. So like 28, 26 in the coming weeks. Did you buy Riven puts? I made some money off your TA. I have them. I have a bunch of Riven puts. Serious question. Ray volatility plays. What do you look for to determine when to implement covered calls? Like for Fubo, when it gets crazy, what are you looking for? Obviously a high premium IV, but what else? Mostly that, a turnaround in like whatever run. On these like highly volatile, cheap stocks, you're one of the biggest benefits with owning shares in them is that they have these extreme price spikes, and massive moves in implied volatility. And when this happens, if you're selling, in the money, the price is guaranteed to come down. If they go up like 40, 50, 60% or more, the price is it's just guaranteed that the price is going to come down on them, right? Not only is the price going to come down, the IV is going to drop as well. So if you're selling covered calls up here in the money, ideally above your cost basis, the price is going to come down before the expiration of those options, and you're going to make just as much profit on the downside as you can make on the upside. Cat isn't the best for selling options, right? It's just more so reliable delta when you know the PTs. No, selling options on Cat's pretty good. It's just a very expensive stock. Yeah, you can just sell them at your cost basis. How often do out of the money CCs get assigned? Almost never. The further out of the money they are, the less likely they are to get assigned. And if you get assigned on an out of the money call, you've just made a shitload of money. Right? Like if I sold like a 40 on GME and got assigned right now, I could just immediately use the cash to buy shares at 30. I've had it happen. I've gotten assigned on out of the money options before, but it's really, really rare. Like less than 1% of the options I've sold have been assigned while being out of the money. So you're making that difference plus the premium. If that happens, it's probably not going to happen though. That's where I kind of expect any momentum to die off after the break. Usually when I say the mid on a trade, like I have like a midpoint and a price target. At the midpoint, I'll start setting stops and getting ready to exit the position, or depending on the size of the position, I'll sell some of the position off and take profits. Chase Boy says Jimmy is going down to 29 is all. I think it'll go lower. If this trend continues, I think GameStop will go lower. You elaborate on a situation where you get $20 a share for a cover call. Is that price run up or combined with the massive volatility spike? It's both. Yeah. It's less now because of the split, but yeah, it's relatively the same because you're selling more calls. Yeah, you can sell an in the money, out of the money spread too. How do you find cheap stocks with potential like Fubo? Research? I mean, you can exercise any call. Or put. I just sold September 9, 31 CCs. Risky. Good luck. No. It's hard to acquire enough shares to only sell 20 to 30% of your position in CCs. Okay. If I didn't have as many shares, I would just sell more. Rev down 3%, 35C's up 5%. God, I love this fucking stock. Revlon gonna run Monday if it follows the same time period between the last two rounds. We'll see. Yeah, it could. I don't know if there's any obligations due on Monday though. Do you think interest will pick up on GME significantly if it goes under $30? No, but at 25 it will. It'll pick up a little bit. Remember though, the market maker's buying into falling price right now, selling into rising price, which grinds IV down. So they're shorting rising price and selling or buying into falling price. Would you mind sharing your thought process on if you hold profitable GME short-dated CCs over a weekend or close and reposition closer? My 9.2s are at 35 to 40 and all up 50 to 65%. You could reposition those, but they're gonna be up more tomorrow, like Monday, right? Because more theta is gonna fall off them going into Monday. So, you know, if they're at no risk of assignment over the weekend, there's no reason to like get rid of them today. If you want to reposition into a closer strike today, you could do that, but how much are you going to get for rolling down versus how much is already left on the contracts? I mean, like, do the math, right? If you're, you know, if you're selling out of a contract that's current premium is like 175 into a contract whose premium's like $2, it's almost like not even worth the roll down. Is it a good time to get in on Rev Leaps? They're still pricey. You think the SPY will hit 388 by next month? Maybe like towards the end of next month it could, but I don't think it's gonna hit 388. I wouldn't target that far out. Maybe like 405 or 400. Current analyst GME pricing is around 1750. I doubt GME would stay at 1750 for a very long period of time. If it hit 1750, we'd probably see institutional buying. No problem, man. I have 9.2 $33 CSPs open. Do you think I'll be assigned before expiry? Probably not before expiration, but you'll probably get assigned. What's a good IV indicator? How do you watch IV? I mean, you can check it at the end of every day. I think Active Trader Pro and TDA have like live volatility oscillators that you can use. You can just look at contract pricing throughout the day. But you can check the IV30 on like bar charts or whatever, or chart exchange. We said $31 for September 9th are risky. Does that make 36s not risky? For covered calls? Yeah. 36 is what? What's the delta on them? It's... A 36 is like... is this GME? Yeah. 36 is 0.26 delta. 31's 0.5. So, 26% chance of going in the money versus a 50% chance, 52% chance of going in the money. Do you think Rev is so illiquid that your buy-in and the associated ghosting of that play caused that price spike? Probably not. This looks like a bit heavier buying than anything that the pickle jar is capable of. I only bought 1,000 shares, so it definitely wasn't me. CSP are the opposite of CC, but you need margin. You don't need margin. You just need cash. Cash secured put. To sell them naked, you need margin. It was Ugo. Bruv, only 1,000? Yeah. I'm not greedy. I'm DCAing at these price points, right? I know you hate bio and penny stocks, so don't ask me about them. It's been on the move. They have successful IMM therapy for COVID and a revenue stream to eventual profitability or maybe a buyout. Okay. Good for them. Bio stocks only move on news. So TA is super unreliable. I'm not going to do like a deep dive into the company. It sounds like you've already done research on them. If you want to hold something for a really long time and wait for something to happen with it, be my guest. I mean, that's just the way bio stocks work, right? They don't really have a lot of price appreciation outside of news events, which are unpredictable, which is the opposite of the thing I like in the market. First time in Rev at 614. Nice. I can see your buys on L2. You shut your face. Revlon will never break 6 if you and Ugo literally buy out buy the fuck out of it at $5.99. Any chance on your opinion of Bobby closing above 10? I mean, it looks okay so far. It's holding 10. The problem is the $10 support is bleeding off, right? It's shown a reduction in OI every single day since Cohen sold. It's bleeding off less now, which is good that it's still stable, but it's still bleeding off, right? Over the last 5 days, 15,000 more January 10 dollar strikes have sold off. Now the open interest on that strike is 22,000. People are buying the shit out of the $80 call, but I mean, that's not going to print unless the stock runs. Let me see something here. Yeah, pretty constant reduction in the $10 Jan strike. And what's worse is that like the $10 Jan strike is selling off, but like the September 9th and 16th $10 strike is being bought, but it's not being bought in as great a quantities. Like it's up, but minimally. It's so Delta's being lost at the $10 strike. Safer, more profitable alternative to holding cash. I mean, yeah, you could. I'd rather just have cash. Buy the bottom. Big boy dad. Welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gert.
That ADC is gonna crush people with IV. I know.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move.
You see SPY retracing for 15, for 17 before another leg down, or just consolidating before declining. Actually, I think the SPY will probably do pretty well through next week. Next week's all like employment, like macro data, which is all bullish for the SPY for the most part. I've learned a lot from you. My port is only down $139 on a day like today. Normally it would be over 10K. Jesus. Riven's bouncing on its low trend right now. So I'm going to set a stop on these. Stop. That's 190. I already discussed AVYA earlier. I don't like it. They have shitloads of outstanding warrants. If it runs, it's gonna get like very likely gonna get a lot of liquidity, right? They've been just piling on debt. Span the daily looks like it's confirmed the downward channel. I agree. Big down by end of year? Yeah, I would also agree with that. 1.6 million GME FTDs due next Tuesday. No, there aren't. FTDs don't matter. Well, first of all, because those 1.6 million FTDs were resolved the following day. The other reason they don't matter is because you don't know how many are net short and how many are net long. And most market maker FTDs are net long. So even if they did roll some of those contracts forward an additional 35 days and mark them long, the effect of those will just create volatility, but it won't necessarily create price action in any specific direction. Also, 1.6 million fails just isn't very much. Can't convert until October 1st. Eh. I'm not saying it can't pop. I just have no interest in getting that much leverage on some shitty penny stock. Just a ton of risk for very little potential return. What's the highest you've seen Rev Jan 35? 250? 1.6 million fails on a float of 3.3 million? That's a... GME doesn't have a float of 3.3 million. I just sold 35.50 GME calls. 25% down on GME, 27% down on Revlon. Sounds like your Revlon cost basis isn't terrible. Sold 35.50s for September 9th. Aren't they already up? What do you mean when JPOW mentioned Volcker a lot? Volcker was the chairman of the Fed back in the 80s. He's very famous for raising the rate to like obscene levels in order to curb inflation. If you're looking to capitalize on Ivy Crush while simultaneously setting up for a potential run on Bobby, how would you position yourself? How do you capitalize on both simultaneously? You can't be like, you want to be long and short vol? Long delta is short vol. Better delta. So like a bull calendar credit spread, maybe? Like capitalize on the high volatility. No, that wouldn't work. Volatility strangle? Yeah, but then you don't profit on delta, right? Shares and sell puts. Yeah. You could sell puts, buy calls. How's the skew on Bobby right now? That's an entropy swap, right? Yeah. Sort of. An entropy swap is long. It's long delta volatility neutral. Yeah, he can buy shares and sell covered calls. Moderna suing Pfizer patent infringement? Interesting. They might have a case. That's on GME puts currently. Thinking 30p for 916 to capture either IV or downside going into earnings. Not so bad. They're actually not so bad right now. The 30p's because IV is already pretty low. But you'll want to probably buy far enough out that you don't experience too much crush. Because IV could still go down to about like 85. It's at like 100 right now, roughly. Nice, Haroon. Do you expect a relief rally into end of day? For the SPY, it's starting to find some stability at 410. Yeah, I can expect it to pull back a little bit. Inverse head and shoulders over on Revlon. Yeah, if it bounces here on VWAP. About 28p's for 916? Unlikely, but good luck. Yeah, I think we could see more downside next week. Trying to think, if you sell a deep in the money put, then your long delta short vol, right? Like short dated deep in the money puts. Are you still here, Bob? It's like September 16th, sell 45s. So you get $35 of premium. 34.90 premium. Well, but then buy a put. So sell a 45, buy an 11. You might not get assigned right away though, and if the price increases, you can capture the sell a 45, sell an 11. No. 45, buy an 11. I mean, you're short vol because you're selling the volatility on the 45. So if IV crushes, and I mean, the problem is the 45 is not very Vegas sensitive. Frankly, none of them are very Vegas sensitive. It is a tough play. Let's see. I'll pull up the options calculator. Strategy payout. So short puts. Strat. We sell short put. September 16. $45 call. $45 put. So you sell a 45 and then buy. I put. And if vol drops. The problem is the price really has to fucking run up for you to profit. But if vol drops, yeah, I mean that exposes. So if you sell a 45, buy an 11, max loss is 184, max profit 32.16. I mean, obviously you're not gonna hit 32.16. Did a tightish bull put spread? Yeah, that could work too. Yeah, it ties up a lot of margin. It's 3,400 margin, which is rough. But if volatility drops to nothing, it's kind of profitable. The problem is though, it's not like it's a little overexposed on Delta. If you do the $10, well, that's kind of interesting. Oh, no, that sucks too. The problem is the max profit's really terrible. Wait, hold on. What if you sell the 45, buy the 11, and then buy all also at 11? That's not bad. I call it 15. 2 calls. So if you if you sell a 45, buy an 11, and then buy an 11C, that opens you up to a lot more delta exposure while still being relatively neutral. Well, you're net negative Vega. Net, yeah. Well, yeah. I actually like that one a lot because it's like max profit's infinite, obviously, but max loss is only 750 or 780, and your break even above 13. So it would be sell 45p, buy 11p, buy 11c. And if you sell this further out, you'll have, well, no, I'd rather have the shorter decay, I guess. You could have more short vol exposure, I guess. Do you recommend stop losses based on the cost of the underlying asset? Is there a con to this? Yes. Because depending on the liquidity of your strike, you may not get a fill. So you generally want to set your stops where the contract has the most volume, not where the underlying does. But if you're in a liquid strike, then it doesn't matter. How do I join Zillionaire so I can see it in chat? See what? I mean, you can join Zillionaire below. Longer dated aren't subject to the moves I'm looking for. Oh. Fair enough. Sold some Fubo CCs for September 9.23 a contract. I'm gonna get my cost basis down. Thanks for all you do. No problem, man. Thanks, Robin Your Hood. Sorry, sorry if I got kind of caught up in that, guys. It was fascinating. Yes, if you guys could drop a like, big help. Delta exposure, same like showing my junk to a flight attendant. Different, but similar. Is the delta for CSP is different than CC is? No, but he's trying to do it from the bottom, right? If he's trying to capture IV, he would sell calls at the top, right? If he's trying to short volatility at the top of the run, he would sell calls. Which is, I mean, with that position, what you would do is you would sell the call option off, buy back the cash secured put, and then sell naked calls at the top and short IV on the way down. So you would sell naked calls at the top and buy puts. BGZ, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. If you message me on the Discord, I'll get you the instructions for getting yourself added to the Zillionaire's Country Club after the stream. Remember that guy on Wall Street Bets who discovered box spreads and got absolutely hosed? I don't, but I can see that happening. I mean, the position I outlined, you can't get really hosed on. Max loss was like 780. There's no naked position there. I just realized you said big help for a like. Big help for what, though? Do you not want to grow your channel? It's more peaceful when I don't. Spybrook 410 and BBBY is moving up. What is this voodoo? BBBY is just doing what it's doing, and the SPY is doing what it's doing. I'm glad I got more VIX positions at 24 yesterday. That was a good choice. Bobby and SPY not the same? No. No, I don't. I don't watch any financial YouTubers. One of the things I like most about the channel is says time and time again, meh, I don't want to grow my channel. I prefer it smaller. Like when it gets crazy in here, like when BBBY is running or GME is running, and there's like 3,000 people in here, it just gets kind of a lot. Finally joined as promised. Thanks for all the answers to my questions, dude. I'll DM you my account credentials so you can manage my port now. I'm gonna be rich. That's not how that works, but thank you so much, BGZ. Have you seen anything today that makes you consider rolling down your CCs? I'm having trouble fighting greed. I'm thinking of closing my 35 and opening lower strike after CNS close. I might consider it. But I don't want to roll them out, and then rolling them just down isn't going to really significantly improve my profitability. One of the deep in the money legs was exercised early on him. So you just use your credit, buy back, and then resell the hedge. I have no idea how you do this every day and stay sane. Props, Pickle Man. I don't know. I like it. I like stocks. Oh. Eggplant withdrawal symptoms. What's the expectations on Rev next week? I have CCs. Not a lot. I don't expect too much from Revlon next week. Not until towards the end of the week. But at that point, you know, if your CCs are still out of the money, you should be fine. Have we missed the Jimmy spike for CC opportunity? Possibly. Where's downside resistance at on CAT? 193.50. There's some at 193.50. Well, it's a little lower. So 194 is pretty solid. It's like 194, 193.78 is generally a fairly strong resistance. The lower trend is at 191.78. Is pricing on Fubo puts bullish? There's a little skew. Let's see how much. So puts are becoming, they're about neutral right now. But calls are a little skewed. But it's dropping. In the next couple days, the skew will probably get more bearish. I would say like 2-3 days, maybe. Maybe after today's expiration, actually. It's possible. So yeah, pricing's a little bullish on them, but barely. But a little bit. SPY looks good on the daily. Yes, it does. Skew. SKEW. Next area of support on the SPY. Right here at like 410. There's a significant amount of support. What are you looking for in Rev? What do you mean? I'm not looking for anything right now. Cheaper prices when I can get them. What support? I'm not looking for any support. So I picked up a fat chunk of 35 Cs on Revs on that sub 6 drop for 0.88. They're up 10% already. Rev is a money machine when those contracts drop below $1. Tell the people, Gherk. Tell them how easy it is to make money on Rev, even if you don't own shares. The IV is fucking great. It's fun. Yeah, it's fun stuff. Have you repositioned on SPY yet? I have some SPX puts. Top of the tree loops are up 7% today. That is odd. Because GME IV hasn't been going up today at all. Down quite a lot, actually. I wonder if I should cut. I'll just move my stop up on Ribbon. Yeah, I still have a ton of VIX calls. Those are all pretty far dated. Like my VIX positions, like September 21, October 19, and November 16. But the whole thing's up from when I bought in. The average down part of my question yesterday. Wait, what? What are you talking about, Sean? Looking back on GME, not selling CCs or shares on early runs. What's your plan if Rev really runs? Are you more likely to just totally sell shares since it's not a long-term investment? That'll depend on what it does. If Rev runs like up above 30 and stays up above 30, right? And it's gonna get that like dissolution of that debt. Things start to get a lot more promising for its future. So I'd probably think about selling like in the money covered calls and maybe holding my position. But we'll see what it does, right? Obviously, if it just runs to like the moon, I'll just sell like either super deep in the money calls or I'll just sell out of the position, depending on how I've positioned at that point. Where do you see the bottom of the SPY dip? I don't think there's sufficient economic data right now to drive it much lower. And I would expect it could rally back next week. Most of the data coming out next week's employment data, and it's all generally pretty positive. So if you're trying to like capture profits, the current trend's kind of weak. We might see like as low as 405. It'll be pretty hard for it to break down below 410 right now, though. Do you typically carry over your VIX calls? No, I just expect VIX to go a lot higher within like the next month. What do you see Rev doing on this next cycle? Pushing 10 or higher? I mean, that'll depend on how much interest there is in the next run on Revlon, right? The people have spoken, play Full Bear. I don't want to listen to that song. Are BBBY ADC Leap safe place to park cash like savings accounts? No? Are you gonna hold Jamie CC over the weekend? Yeah. Jam 35C for Rev it is. Dear God. Say Full Bear until SPY down more than 5%. see, SPY. The SPY's dropped pretty massively since this morning. But right now we're down. $273 basis points today from the high, like the pre-market high. So far, yeah. What did JPOW say? I missed it. Volker, Fed aggressive, gonna do what we started, and then kind of walked away. Jobs are great. The SPY will touch 400 next week. Then they say all priced in back to ups, 420 for the win. I don't know if I'd see it hitting 400 next week. It could on Monday with the negative sentiment today, but it's a bit of a stretch. Weed out there killing it. Yeah, Weed's up again today. How long did it take you to learn Klingon? Bull Bear should only be played to tell us to all buy puts on whatever and prepare for a market crash. Yield, buckle up, we making money on the way down. Alright, since nothing really exciting is happening right now, let's take a look at... hold on, I want to move up my Riven stop again. Let's take a look at GME for the coming weeks. Okay, so right now, I mean, we've already dropped a fairly significant amount, right? And we're coming up on this. So I have two weighted VWAPs here. This is from last year. This is a more recent one from the May OPEX period. We've already fallen through the shorter term outer bound, and now we're falling through the longer term outer bound as well. So if we drop below 30, GME is likely to break this trend here, which doesn't have very much historical information, right? It's likely to break this trend and fall either down to 28 or 26. It could theoretically go lower than that, but earnings is coming up, so I think they're trying to get it as low as possible. They'll probably try to get it as low as possible before earnings. Can you explain your thesis on why you think the SPY will trade higher than next week? Most of the economic news next week is pretty bullish. First off, and while expectations might be down a little bit, there's a ton of support in this range. So usually, I mean, we're going to see some pullback. It may only pull back to like 413 again. Like we may see it drop down to like 405, pull back to 413, before continuing further down. But most of next week's data is all like jobs reports and stuff, and those are all very good right now, right? That's what the Fed's been leaning on to try to tell us everything's okay. And generally the market reacts pretty favorably to that data. We're talking GME 26, 28. Very possible. As long as it doesn't do it today, I'm okay with it. Because I have naked puts open that expire today. You think it's unlikely we'll see 20 again? Fairly. It could happen, but it would require quite a push. So Strangle Spy, 405, 413. I'd probably go wider than that, but you could for a week. I don't even know if it's worth it. For September 2nd. You could do 405, 425. It's like $3, $3.50. See you later, Willem. What keeps them from continuing to drop the price like they did from 200 to 100? Nothing. I just said we could hit like 26. So you're feeling better. A little bit, yeah. If we break 30 to the downside, you feel good about rolling your covered calls down to 30? I probably wouldn't roll them down to 30. Just based on breaking 30. Maybe like I'd maybe roll them down to like 32.50 or something like that. Total or sell? I really don't need to roll them down. I'm fine with where they're at right now. Total or sell my 9.2 415p that I bought yesterday? Very risky to carry that through the weekend. What's UVXY? Calls seem good on it. It's a leveraged short-term futures ETF. So or short-term VIX futures ETF. So it leverages the returns of the closest dated VIX futures contracts. Calls can be okay on it. With 6,000 worth of shares, you can average 400 a week and cover calls. Is it worth holding that much capital? That's up to you, right? I mean, you can also compound that. Also, which shares? I don't know where buy pressure is on the SPX, but or on the SPY, but on SPX, call gamma is quite strong at 420. Very, very strong at 420. And currently, like the last few days, like the skew adjusted exposure has been flipping positive, which generally means that like institutions are pushing slightly up. $400 a week for 6K shares is $346 a year, not compounded. I think you meant to reply to someone else, but this market hates me personally. Why would you sell your Bobby Leaps as it's pushing into VWAP? I like this bullish reversal on Revlon, even though it's the world's slowest fucking bullish reversal. Fubo Moassing 5 cents in the last few minutes. I have a video, Kitty Pickle, on Revlon. I thought there was a DD on the fails. Not really. I talk about compounding fails on the stream a few times. I might have clips about compounding failures. I'm not sure. Has the SEC released the FTD data for August? No. That's in 4 days. In 4 days, we get the first 15 days of August. Revlon's looking really good. It's just getting snapped up at these prices. How far out do you sell CCs on Fubo? I sold them for September 2nd. September 9th, sorry. I should probably buy those back. They're already up like 50%. I'll buy them back Monday, maybe. Bobby got rejected on 11. It's really hard for Bobby's price to increase because, so right now, the way Gamma is on the Bobby's chain and the insane amount of like put Gamma on the upper parts of the chain, like when it hits the wall at 11, especially 11. I talked about this last night on Discord a bit, but when it hits 11, the market maker is selling into buy pressure, right? Like, so as the price goes up, they're selling, which is makes it really difficult for the price to run beyond the strike. So I'm also wondering why UVXY goes into the millions. It doesn't. Don't worry about it. Bobby might go to $30 again next week. Short interest and cost to borrow is insane. Yeah, I don't think the short interest is that high. That data that's like showing 100% short interest or whatever is also showing incorrect float data. It's just completely fucking wrong. Cost to borrow is pretty high, which is good. Won't they eventually run out of selling ammo on Bobby? No? Bobby's super fucking liquid. No, I'm not really sure why Iron Archer. I would imagine that the smoothing is somehow different on them. Customer keep decreasing? I don't know. I haven't looked at it today. Oh yeah, cost to borrow is just dropping like a rock. Shares are being returned. I told everyone they're grinding out the obligations they created when the gamma wall broke down. Like people are still bullish on BBY, and I see some reason to maybe get exposure in like next week or the week after, but like um the thesis of why the stock would run is gone now. Like the reason we played it is over. So for me, it's just, yeah, sure, there might be some residual effect, but Bobby's just becoming the new AMC. It's starting to look a little like that. I don't understand the strategy behind the two order flows. 21 DTE 25P sold to open, 60 million premium. Same time, 21 DTE 25C sold to open below the bid. Like, why? The hedge? Exposure to a large move in the underlying? I'm not sure those calls were sold. Maybe bought. Turn. Why don't people just like go long ape and short fucking short AMC? Right? They're the same fucking share, right? So if one's worth less than the other, Like the arbitrage is nuts. Bobby with a low cost basis, still a good cover call stock, unless IV crushes. What's the psych term you used in Discord yesterday where we were sad over a play and can't admit it's done? Bargaining. It's one of the like the stages of grief. You know, you guys know that like stocks run like 100% every day. No, I didn't watch wrestling as a kid. I didn't have a TV. Even if they managed to get rid of the debt, I mean, their revenue is in the billions. So is their debt. It's not worth a couple million. It's worth 363 million. They have like $5 billion in debt. And the only way to clear that debt is to sell off the most profitable part of their company, and then to fall back on revenue from the shittiest part of their company into the future. Some hedge funds are doing that. Oh, okay. You mean like how Jim Chanos is doing? Oh, is he doing that? Is he just telling people about it? Ape doesn't have an options chart. It doesn't need one. I said you go long Ape, short AMC. Gherk, I've come here to bargain. Okay. Psychoanalysis harder pickle man. So, you know, like for me on Bobby, you know, they put up the big put wall, and you know, people kept buying calls and buying more calls and buying more calls. Just all over the fucking place, right? And then eventually, you know, the put wall started to crack. And it broke. And then the price went big up. And then that was it, right? That's all we expected to happen. It would have been nice if it went up a lot more and Cohen didn't sell out like a little bitch. But, you know, it still did the thing. Like, it did everything we thought it would do. But then people are like, no, that's not it. Yeah, it was. They're already churning all the failed volume through CNS at a rapid rate, right? So if Bobby sells off Bye Bye Baby, will they have a new ticker for that, or will it just be BBBY? Well, if they sell it, that's different than if they split it off. If they split it off into another company and there's equity received by shareholders, that's a different type of transaction than if they just sell the company off to someone. Bobby's announcement's going to be good. You don't schedule a press conference and put out a statement about the press conference if it's bad news. Really? Did you listen to their shareholders meeting? Those people have the personality of a used after dinner mint. Yes, Gaff. I've pointed out the CNS thing to people. It's a shareholder meeting, not a press conference. You know, fucking Snapchat had a press conference like 2 months ago where they lowered their forward guidance. People do press conferences for all kinds of terrible news in the world of business. Dude, it's on Reg Show. They have an announcement coming up. And just last week, you were saying it doesn't matter if Cohen sold. But it didn't matter if Cohen sold. It mattered if everyone else did. Which they did. It's traded billions in volume, but also sell volume too. It's traded an equivalent amount of volume since the run-up on the way down. Which just means that they're clearing out any obligations created. I'm not short, Bobby. I'm not anything, Bobby, right now. That loan was not enough money to get them out of bankruptcy. It was just a loan. It was 400 million, right? And adding more debt to the situation is not great. I mean, we're talking about like, so we're not talking about Bobby like potentially squeezing anymore because that's not really on the table, right? What we're talking about is long-term value, of which it has very little, and maybe less now with Cohen gone. It's almost like they're clearing continuously. I'm gonna bring this up one more time for people who just like don't understand how this works, and try to just inform you. The volume traded to the upside has now been also traded to the downside. So it's really simple. You just internalize everything and fail while the price is running up. And then when people sell on the other side, you dump it. You sell their buys right back to them. And then you end up at the same fucking exact price you started at. And the obligations go poof. You know what? Next gen degen, describe to me how, please, describe to me how you think Reg Show works. I would be curious to know if you even understand what Reg Show does. Don't argue shit with me that you know nothing about. At least use one of the other made up stories about the stock. Intensely Googling as we speak. It's already taken too long for an answer. Are Bobby's tips touching? No. They expanded and now they're normalizing. Yeah, about 2 years of DRS and we might get some pops on Bobby. It can pop again, but it's not going to go up to the same level, right? It's definitely not going to exceed the previous run. I love it when people are like, I know your DD better than you. No, you fucking don't. If you knew it better than me, you'd probably be even more bearish. Yeah, whatever's left, if it actually stays on Reg Show through the forced settlement, will drive some price action. But it's not going to drive it. It's not going to drive it like back up to 30, right? Slap that dislike button on your way out. Dear God, please. Reg Show is an abbreviation for regulation SHO. It abbreviates a longer word. Yeah, pretty much, actually. That's about what it's good for. Not necessarily VUPs though, right? Like, I mean, the rate at which they're clearing obligations, you know, those VUPs might be like a fucking dollar. And you're playing a $10 move, right? It's really, really risky. And probably not worth it. Worse yet, you're getting exposure to it now when IV's just grinding down. So you're buying IV at a high premium, waiting for it to grind down into an event, instead of just buying it before the event. Like, how many people are holding like $15 calls on fucking Bobby that are expiring today? You know what? Let's find out. So 13,000 calls are going to expire today out of the money. That's money lost from retail. Sure, some of it's covered calls, but not all of it. No, it's just like, I don't know. With Bobby, I feel like after a year of fucking teaching people to be critical and cynical of these kinds of things, they've fallen right back into the fucking trap that they crawled out of. It's not about him. Manipulated stocks are great for selling covered calls on. Yes, that's true. I just don't think Rev's going to continue to be manipulated, except maybe just straight down with crushed IV, like last time, right? Whoever shorted the fuck out of Revlon when it hit 28 probably closed most of their position when it was at 4. And they definitely closed the rest of their position when they started closing their puts. Right? So this is what you do. You buy a stock, or you short a stock, like Bobby, runs up to $28. You short the fuck out of it, which this is what happened in March. The price comes down. Then you buy a shitload of out-of-the-money puts, and you cover. And then the market maker is preventing the price from rising, so you're guaranteed to cover all of your short position at a very low price. As you finish covering your short position, the price rises, and you sell off your puts. And then the market maker is left holding the bag when the stock rockets up. And that's exactly what happened. So I remember you saying T plus 0 would be the thing you would change. Could you expand on how that would affect markets with second or third order effects? Love the rants. Can you go into a little more detail? I mean, I would choose T plus 0 settlement because it would prevent the unwinding of obligations over time. So there would be no, there would be no T plus 2 arbitrage. There'd be no T plus 6 arbitrage or T plus 5. There'd be no 35-day reg show extensions. Every trade would have to settle immediately. Which prevents all of this shit, right? All of these like alternate liquidity routes. It would stabilize pricing in the markets and also make it far more fair and equitable. This is why I continue to sub. Worked up. Gherk is my favorite Gherk. Yell at us louder, Pi-Fi. I'm almost there. Have a great weekend, bro. I'll see you in the tub. See you then, potato. It's not bearish. It's you're just playing fucking far out of the money bullshit, planning on like some fucking short squeeze because you think MOASS is gonna happen. I'm going on a rant because people lose money doing stupid shit like this, chasing pipe dreams that are made up by people on Reddit that don't know fuck all about the stock market. My man, speak on it, drops mic. Thanks, Boxum. I appreciate it, dude. It will never happen. It would bankrupt the exchanges. I know. I know it's never going to happen, but it'd be cool, right? Fair equity markets. Well, you'd have more volatility, so it wouldn't be boring. It would just be more fair. He made the video. That's all I'm going to answer. C-mill. I require a Gregorian chant after answering my question. I sniff your Bobby argument, but if they are net zero from all the volume bought and sold, why are they still failing? I mean, all that it staying on reg show tells you is that the fails carried over per day are higher than 0.5% of the shares outstanding. That's all that it being on reg show tells you. Also, yeah, I'll play the Gregorian chant. It's been a while. How you doing, Super Hot Kitty? I haven't said hi to DV yet today. I don't know if I've seen him. Are you gonna tell me it's gonna be all right for my September 37 CCs and 38 CCs? I was hoping to buy them back next week or the Monday after, but I sold them at the bottom today. I'm super sad. My cost basis is $39.50. Why are you worried about your fucking $37 and $38 covered calls? So when in September did you sell them? Dude, we're trading at $31. You can't save everyone from themselves, but you definitely helped a lot of people. House always wins. It's true. I just want to check how long I've been subbed since I'm too scared to look at my bank statements. Thank you, Lude Stewart. What do you think Jimmy's gonna pop its top? It could run up to like 34. 34.50 is kind of where the gamma caps out. Not too many bulls. The question is when they're gonna dump that all that fucking internalization they've been holding on to since last week. How do you determine when a stock like Bobby tops out at 28 on a run? Well, previous resistance probably would have helped a lot there, but also increased volume. So volume keeps going up, right? But static price action. This implies that people are selling into the top, right? They're selling into the buy pressure. So you're getting this massive ramp up in volume and no price performance. Oh, did I stop out of my Riven puts? I might re-enter them, yeah, but maybe after Monday. I just sold them today. But what, not what date did you sell them on? What date do they expire on? Hammer bro. How do you determine when a stock like Bobby tops out? Rev frozen. Yeah, it's doing some really weird shit. I don't know what's going on here. It's exciting. What's the time frame you're looking at for Riven to drop? Next couple weeks. It's still got support on its like trend line, and it just bounced off it, right? Like perfectly. So it can chop in this fucking stupid channel for a little bit before failing. I think ultimately it will fail, and there's a big fat gap down here from like 29 to 26. So if it fills that gap, very, very profitable, right? Also, Ivy on it's not crazy high. But I just got stopped out on this bounce. I'm just glad Girk did 15% on phase and I did 20%, winning. What indicators tell you they're dumping internalization? How often does this happen? It depends. This is the longest sustained period of high utilization that I've seen on GameStop since early last year. We're 6 days now above 65% dark pool utilization, which is fucking crazy. Fuck, did I just learn something? I don't know. What's up, man? Another month down. Thank you for all you do. Fun fact, anyone who buys Rev shares right now basically gets their own 1-minute candle on the chart. It's very interesting. I wonder why it's doing this. These are huge volume, right? No. Oh, no, the volume's just gone. Why is it showing the wrong fucking data? There we go. I don't even know how there's prints. Ugh. What's that bullshit? Could you do me a favor and say no? Blow it out your ass, chicken tender daddy. You just buy back into Bobby? No? We were thinking there might be a small run on GME. I'm not really. I mean, it could, but very, very small. If it runs not Gamma Max is way higher, but it could run up to like 34-ish. Probably lower now. Watch the first show and Girk apologized for swearing. Yeah, I gave up on that. What time do I have to sell my spy calls by? 4:15? As long as your broker allows after hours trading. If there's 0 DTs, yeah, it depends on your brokerage. Be careful though. Some brokers close out 0 DTE calls at like 3 p.m. or 2 p.m. I'm 32 with $30,000 invested. How can I retire by yesterday? I mean, simple. Just go move back in with your parents. Refuse to pay any bills. And live off your investment capital. Very, very cheaply. So when a broker doesn't have enough sell orders to match buy orders or vice versa, they turn to the NSCC to match those orders until CNS closes. Does the NSCC facilitate those orders by buying, pulling from the pool of all the other brokerages? To do that, or do they use the DMM? I mean, the DMM can do it on their own via internalization. CNS simply pairs buy and sell orders as they become available. Now, they can create volume to create more buy and sell orders to push obligations through CNS. Our pre-sale level of support low is typically around $85, $90. Do you think we could fall below 22 post-split, or would we get too much FOMO? I have to see what happens when we hit 25. I'm still not sure. 25 is like probably a really important psychological level. I don't know if we'd fall very far below that. We found pretty strong support at 100 last time we fell below. We only had like a brief moment, like a very brief couple days below 100, and they were pushing really hard, right? Like the short interest was quite high at that time. That bottomed out at 194.22, it seems. Now TTM squeeze lighting up. I'm nervous. Are you trying to play puts on Cat? Spy bottom twice. Back up the ladder we go. Yeah. I think so. I think the spy is going to be a little bullish into Monday. We'll see, obviously, but like, I think this is already too much of a drop for today with no pullback. Maybe we get a sell off into close. That would be like our potential for diving lower. But otherwise, yeah, we could climb back up 414 again, maybe. Not as high as the previous, like not as high as this morning. The BBBY subreddit went crazy. There's posters thinking someone will take BBBY private at 60-80 a share because that was RC options. Oh, Jesus Christ. Have you seen the learning modules on the OCC website? No? Send me a link. I'll check them out. Yeah, if it's decent, I'll tell people to look at it. Data position, Cat I opened around 186 yesterday. I thought it'd break the 203 resistance next week. Calls are for November. Next week's probably not going to be terrible for Cat. Is your risk cutoff that tight on a November call? Or do you just want to take profits and like not worry about holding it underwater? Bobby 11, GME 34, end of day. That'd be cool. I don't know if we'll see it, but maybe. If the market pulls back up into the end of the day, it's possible. I was going to show my support of the channel by sponsoring some memberships, but then today's BBY questions started to melt my brain. So I decided to just give a Ko-Fi. Thanks for everything. Have a great weekend. Dude, Pragmatic Guy, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. You too, dude. I'll see you Saturday. Sunday. Member streams on Sunday. Oh my god, are we gonna have a real member stream? Because there's like nothing going on with the meme stocks this week. I don't know, because we got the Bobby announcement on Monday. Or not Monday, on the 31st? That's next week, right? Next Wednesday? Is it next Wednesday pre-market? Or Tuesday? Wednesday. I don't know if there's anything to discuss, right? Just buy a straddle. Like, can confirm I won't be there as per usual. Not enough pores to troll, so I'm out. Fair enough, Gaff. How will price be affected with the dark pool dumps? On GME? I mean, if they dump it, it usually causes a rise in price. It's only a leading indicator in the fact that it's elevated right now. And sometimes they just dump it by churning a lot of volume without really seeing any price improvement. Make history today. Any purchase of Rev, and you get your own unique candle. Start yelling again. Jimmy's going down. Could you tell DV that I'm sorry I used my milestone chat to talk to you instead of saying hi to him, please? Hey, DV. Bob P says hi. Gork, help! I accidentally a call. What did you do to it? Volume dying down on the BBY run. It's consolidating, and it doesn't look that bearish. It might test 11 again, or like 1104, like this resistance. We've put this resistance at a very weird level, but I'm gonna keep it there. I like it. Effective. Considering the current price movement, would it be better to sell 100 GME shares than sell a covered put? Or would it be better to keep my shares and sell a covered call? $38 cost basis. I mean, you could sell covered calls. Let's see. So you sell shares, you know, sell a put. The problem with that is that you might not get filled on the put. So obviously, yeah, if you like sold shares at 31.50 and then sold it's like a CSP for 30, then that would be profitable, assuming you're assigned on the CSP and the price of the stock doesn't go up. Selling a CSP it's not bearish, it's just an assumption that the price of the stock is not going to run in the time you hold it, right? So it shouldn't be emotionally conflicting. It's just an understanding that stocks don't just constantly move up. They have, periods of consolidation and downward price action. And during these periods, you know, covered calls mean that, you're able to protect some of the, not only the loss in your investment, but you're able to profit off of it trading sideways or down. Since the ideal scenario for a covered call is that you're not assigned, then, ultimately it is still bullish. You don't want to lose your shares, but you just want to get paid for holding. Is it better to diversify stock holdings for covered calls, or can I just max out with GME? I mean, GME is pretty great at doing what it does. I'm not gonna lie. I have very few other stocks that are as profitable for covered calls. Maybe Tesla. Also, reliable. The other ones can have, they're a little less like predictable. Like Tesla's super unpredictable, right? So, sometimes you sell covered calls on Tesla and you have to buy them back, which sucks. Just because sentiment shifts or Tesla's deciding to do crazy shit and run up $50 one day. So you got to buy it back and then you sell it at the top and hopefully that doesn't happen too many times in a row. You deal with Fidelity doesn't allow zero DTE calls and puts to protect you from yourself. Does anybody know how to upgrade the membership from the app? I'm trying to go long Dillionaire. You just you have to do it on desktop, I think. If you already have like the free membership. If you want to upgrade it, I think you have to do it on desktop. Before I learned about CCs, I used to yell at the stock not to go down. This seems more effective. It's definitely better than screaming at your computer or cell phone. Not into signs, but this morning I parked next to someone with a Jackson Hole sticker on their car and thought that's odd. Hours later in the supermarket, someone walks by with a Jackson Hole t-shirt. Interesting. Do you live in Wyoming? That would make it less interesting. Or just a really affluent area. The wife said I pay attention to Pickle Man more than her. I told her he gives me more action. It's gonna be a long weekend. That sounds like it. Jimmy CC's for 819 risky. I'd say the $35 strike. A little risky for 819 today. No, not very. No, that was last Friday. How the fuck are you selling 819s? Dude, those don't exist anymore. It's extremely safe. Your chance of assignment is 0. Your chance of finding a buyer is even lower. I'm having a hard time selling a cover call going into September. I can only make $30 selling a CC above my cost basis. Doesn't seem worth it. What do you mean? It lowers your cost basis by 30 cents. Welcome to Zillionaire Leonidas. Thank you so much, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man.
It's been 4 minutes since a new candle printed on Revelon.
Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNB.
Maybe the shares are gone. Right? That's it, Dork. No more. No more shares. Sold out. The DMM's just like, fuck you guys, I'm not making any more. Volume for Docu seems higher on these prices. Are institutions buying in? Very possibly. Yeah. Did the Pi-Fi logo change? It triggers my autism. No, someone was actually like whining about not being able to see the volume on the screen. And now I kind of want to just change it back. There we go. Does that person not have Webull? I don't know. They're just like, this is their trading software, like watching the stream, which is probably not a good idea because there's still like a 3 or 4 second delay. Does the CC have to expire worthless for you to lower your cost basis? No. As long as you profit off of the premium, then it would lower your net cost basis. Did you raise the Dillionaire membership price? Literally never. I've never changed any of the membership prices since their inception. Your paid data is still faster than from free brokers. Oh, that might be true. It's just more complete. It's not faster. You mentioned a long time ago that there's a tier above Pigeon Whale. Will you ever release it? Oh, it's already live. Pink tights. But no one will ever sign up for it. If I have my druthers. Although Bithead's really gunning for it with installment plans. I regret to inform you I will be paper handing billionaire status only to become a pigeon whale once this week's options profits settle. Fuck yeah, man. I'll see you there. Well, welcome to Billionaire, Tim Harrington. Thank you so much, man. YouTube delay is 5 seconds. Discord 0. Yeah, but I can't stream my screen to Discord. GME reverse squarting. Okay. Apple broke 165. Nice. That's where my puts are. Do you think CCs that go in the money will end up getting exercised? They usually do, yeah. Thanks for all your information. I can't believe I thought you were a GME shill at one time. You just say it how it is. Thanks, Tim. I appreciate it, man. Welcome to the camp of not thinking I'm a giant shill. just to forewarn you, though, most people in that camp also think I'm a giant shill. The end of the wedge for BBBY ends at 150. Can you confirm? Why do you care? Is there some option that you need to time at exactly 150? Yeah, and it's bearish. Nope, maybe it's not. Hold on. If it gets rejected here, that's really, really bad. It ends at 154. So, yeah. Ooh, no rejection. Bullishness. All the way back to $11? Fuck. Look at it go. They're trying to keep our Lambos away from us. Does Girk have alternate accounts, or do you think he'd pay his friends to come in here with that non-shill nonsense? Oh, I thought it was just your alternate account, Mr. Diggs. New high for Tesla at the beginning of 2023? Eh. My next weekly might just print early. Did one of you just sell me one Rev 35C for 90 cents? My limit order was for 5. Please fill the other 4 now. Thank you. Welcome to the camp of people who don't think I'm a shill. Population 1. Have a nice weekend, Girk. What's up, DV? Spy puts are bae. Spy puts are great. Sarimas, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some
Is this a trend day? What?
We can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes. Yeah.
How does it... No, Bob, we discussed this last night. You can't go over 11 because the market maker starts selling shares. Guy can hope though. You gotta wait till next week. After the 826s expire, it looks a little bit better. Yeah, apparently they've just capped the price at Revlon at 628. Is it getting like bought out or something? What the fuck is going on? Can you make Jimmy go VUP? I'm trying to sell more CCs. Sorry. I just got a scam voicemail from Jackson Hole Golf and Tennis Club calling me Gary, saying they have 16 to 20K I paid for initiation fee to send back to me. Nice, dude. Congratulations on getting a refund. Gary L. Tyler. Gary Tyler L. Which of you degens bought the Rev float? I think someone might have. This is too weird. Grandma. But there's no DM. You didn't send me a DM. Chances on Bobby 9210 CCs being assigned after close? It's possible, given the current price. Didn't you guys see how cool that was? Look how it just stops at exactly the resistance. So because of the way gamma's stacked on the options chain and all the like negative put gamma up here, as soon as Bobby's price hits 11, market maker starts selling into the price action until it goes back down again. I mean, it's cool for me. It's probably less cool for people who have $11 zero DTEs. But yeah. The algos are in full control of Rev. I don't know what the fuck's going on with Revlon right now. I think all the shares might be gone. Gaff, what do you think? You think the shares are gone? You think they're all bought out? Oh, fuck. That looks bullish, Dork. In this market, no such thing. But where do they get new ones from? Like, what if the DMM just turns off the top? And if risk is high enough, that's what they do, right? Just no more liquidity providing, and there's no ETFs. So where do you go? Where do you go to get your liquidities? If only somebody would buy a 10. Oh, I'm not gonna say that. Do you mean me? I mean, there's 13,500 shares of Revlon for sale at 631. Like, someone does not want this going up. It's a big fucking fat stack. The limit up is at 689. And then after 758, there's nothing. Ooh. How's DP utilization looking on Rev? Dude, they haven't printed PMI numbers on Rev for 3 weeks. There's no fucking report. There we go. Someone just got fucked. It was me. Huh. If you had December 16, 415 SPY puts that you bought this morning and are up bigly, would you take profit and try to reposition on a bump or just ride this baby down? Oh, I mean, December's really far out. I would probably hold. I mean, you can try to reposition it if you want, right? But do you want to? Why buy such a long dated option if you want to sell when it's like $5 up? There is no rev news. God, that IV spike. It's kind of crazy. Rev, Bath, and Beyond Meat merger. Doesn't BBBY sell Revlon products? I just bought some 35C for IV too. Nice. Are you gonna buy Rev? Is that what he meant by protect women and children? Didn't he say animals and children? Quick full bowl? We're almost up 20 cents. No song for this. This we just watch. Is Rev MOASsing or is Gurk just super zoomed in? I mean, I'm a little zoomed in, but it's also kind of doing a thing. No way I get this lucky. This isn't luck. This is a well analyzed and researched play. I'm pretty sure at this point that even if Rev went bankrupt now, 35C would still be over $1. Do you have any Rev covered calls right now? No. I was waiting for a spike to sell them on. This looks like it'll be it. I don't have very many 35s though. I only bought some earlier on the dip. I bought shares mostly. So I hope it doesn't MOASS like right now or do something super crazy because I only have shares, but at least I don't have cover calls out. I have some CSPs. What's the current sentiment on Bobby? Some people are very, very bullish on it. I'm kind of mixed. Mixed bullishness. I think it might run again, but I don't think it's going to run as hard as it did last time. I'm full bear on it. Shocker, I know. No one's surprised, Gaff. Your shares get called away in after hours. Yes. No, I don't have any Bobby position right now. Mixed is better than it's trash. I mean, I don't think it's very good. I'll send you a Quadcore message with the DN model for Rev if you need it. Is it just a fucking mess? Hmm. Vega neutral at 533. That's interesting. Huh. Bullish. This is a pretty good price for Fubo shares, right? It's not bad. It's not the best price you can get for them, but it's decent. Best price would be in that like 260 range, but it's probably not going to get them. Well, generally, if you cross under Vega neutral, it forces a rehedge and causes like a really big bounce, right? If Rev squeezes, what price will you exit? 20, 30? I don't know. Ballpark time frame on Fubo. I plan to hold it for probably 1 to 2 years. If Rev bought out at, say, $20 a share, what would that do to Jan 35 leaps? I have no clue. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen, but first the price would go up to 20. The IV would spike massively, and then you'd probably sell your calls. But I mean, they'd be pretty fucked after a couple days. If Rev hits 500, I'll become a pontiff. I think they're just covering FTDs for next week today. Maybe something, I don't know, stonk go up, so yeah. Yeah. I don't think there's any FTDs really due today, because I checked this morning before the stream, and, like, the corresponding day's volume is very, very low. What happens to Rev from here? I just sold my Jan 35 calls and all my shares. I promise never to swing Rev again, only scalp. I don't think people fully understand the implication of the Revlon theory. If all the shares get bought up, Revlon goes big ups. It's like what people want GameStop to be. Not MOASS, but yeah, I mean, you pick your price. Buy old DRS Revlon. Well, first off, I don't have enough money to buy the float of Revlon. Second of all, even if I did, I would never do something like that. That's super fucking greedy. You need some Ko-Fis to buy the float. Yeah, someone DM Pulte. Tell him to buy Revlon. RC could totally buy it up. Yeah, I mean, with a fraction of the profits that he just got from Bye Bye Baby. No RC, keep him away. What if DFV bought Rev? That'd be cool. I mean, Revlon's literally like what everyone complains about, right? Like predatory shorting in order to effectively eliminate a company's ability to generate any capital from their share price. Like, look, this is what they've done to it. And they're not even like a bad company. Like, they generate revenue. They have really good brand recognition. Most of the volume on Revlon in its history has been traded in the last couple weeks. Like, look at this shit. Yeah, this shit's just beginning. Or it's very much over. And it's gonna go bankrupt. Which is obviously something you have to factor in, but I remember you saying that about Bobby at 450. Imagine if you bought more Bobby at 450. Oh, this play has a huge amount of risk. But it's so cool. If DFV bought Rev and posted a YOLO on Reddit, the shares outstanding would be owned by us the next day. It'd be owned by us in after hours. Girk realizing he's the MM now. Cheers to the weekend. What's up, JFresh? I'm front running you on 35Cs. Alright. You good, bro? Yeah, I'm hanging in there. Thanks for asking. How many shares of Rev do you have? 7,000. $7,100. Sorry. Forgot you started the week feeling sick. Are you back to normal? A little bit? Now I'm up 150% on my Rev 7 0 DTEs. I feel like Ben Graham would be rolling in his grave watching me do this. Probably. You know you have the opportunity to be DFV 2.0 for Revlon? I don't care about that. Like, I really don't. I already have a satisfactory amount of acknowledgement. Fair enough, Carbon. Should we try to independently determine how much of the Revlon float we own? Following my last question to you about Zim, I bought a $50 put a few days ago. It's now up. Did you take a look at its chart and share your thoughts? Well, I don't like the company, so I'm glad you bought puts on it. Nice. People were super bullish on this a while back. 41's obviously a really important resistance. It could potentially fall. If it falls below 40, it may fall back down to like 33. Yeah, do a poll. I feel like reporting something today. I'd have to do a poll on the Discord, right? To get an accurate count. If Rev hits 1,000, will it hit 1,000,000? if Rev hits $1,000, I'm fucking out. When you go for the hearing after Rev MOASS, can you please say I'm not a pickle? Probably. Yeah. What was Rev's all-time high? I think it was like $500. 564.68, roughly. That's what cost base is. If Rev has historically hit 500, why is 1,000 so crazy? I mean, it's bankrupt now? How many short ladder attacks today on Rev are you seeing? None? There's not enough volume for short ladder attacks. You need stops. You need large amounts of stops and volume for a short ladder attack. You're not gonna like it, but I bought 5 826 Baba calls last night, moments before close. Closed them moments after open for $1,000 profit. Yeah, I made a lot of money on Baba this morning. I bought those $2,000 calls last night before close too. Just make something squeeze today. I'm bored, man. Dude, this is the wrong fucking game for you if you expect something to squeeze every day. Regardless, I appreciate your thoughts yesterday about it going to 105 because I made bank. Nice, man. Congratulations. Thoughts on Docu CSPs? Do you want to own it? I mean, they're good money, but like, do you want to own Docu? What about every week? Still kind of like a big ask. The spy's breaking down, by the way, from that support. It's very relevant. Remember how I said it might sell off into the end of the day? Bobby's getting hammered. Can I get a VUP song for my port that just got saved with spy puts? Yeah, you can, Carl. Are you back in business? Like full on? Wait, no, what happened? Yuri's song disappeared. God damn it. Yuri, can you DM me? Just anything. Just like a letter. This is just the DJM account that I blew up for no reason. Nice, dude. Congratulations, Carl. All right, I found it.
Pickle, 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 pickle.
I'll be right back.
Pickle, 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 pickle.
Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up. Don't be late, get some, set and stop as we rock. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up. Don't be late, get some, set and stop as we rock.
And I'm back. Oh. Hey Google, set a timer for 23 minutes. Some deep leap puts came in on GME. Awesome. That was a fun Rev MOASS. I know, right? Very exciting. You just set my Google Home off. You're welcome. Oh shit. What happened to my... Oh fuck. I'll be right back. All right. So big in the money put volume came in on GME, which didn't seem to affect the price much, I guess. How much put volume? Average on Fubo is $5 winning. That's not a great price. How did you buy it at 5? Oh, did you buy on the day it ran up? Bobby, same like Ape? No, just I mean I told you after like that test, the market makers start selling, and then people are gonna sell off like weekly calls, right? Of which there are an obscene number. Rev's doing great. What are you guys on about? Rev not moassing equals dead. Oh, whatever. Leaning more towards sell side? Tropic? Hmm. How did RC set an earnings? Why did RC set an earnings date? I don't know. He does, he's not responsible for setting it, right? He's the chairman of the board. He doesn't decide when the earnings date is. Apologies if you already answered, but are there a good amount of FTDs due on Rev from now to mid-September? But we don't know. We don't have the data yet. Fubo floor reached? Maybe? I have to look at it over here. Yeah, it's on that resistance. Like 363. It's actually like literally on that resistance. There's more room to the downside. There's like 350. A little bit at 330. Actually, 330 is a pretty solid one. And then 3. Three's important too. I think Fubo's pretty actively traded, so it'll track some market trends. Could this be the beginning of a market crash? Maybe? What happens when a stock gets delisted? It's moved to the OTC. Like if it gets removed from NYSE, it's moved back to the OTC market. Would you consider September 9 35cc worth it? Selling for 115. I'd imagine we go down into earnings. Thanks. Not terrible, but you miss out on the opportunity to sell covered calls into earnings. Which could be more valuable because IV will go up, right? How often, what percent of time do you find yourself buying back CCs you've sold? I mean, if they're profitable very quickly, I'll buy them back and then sell them again at the next opportunity. So pretty often I flip them around quite a bit. I actively manage them a lot, but you don't have to, you know. You can set them and forget them. I do that as well. Do you think the price of Vecchi will continue to go up until the bankruptcy issue is resolved? Or there is a potential catalyst you know of that could rocket it past 35 before that? I mean, the potential catalyst would be the lack of available liquidity and the continual compounding of FTDs, which for me is far more compelling than any announcement. But obviously, yes, an announcement can trigger things. What could happen? You know, they can restructure. That would be pretty bullish. They could get additional capital or loans, also bullish. $400 spy put chasing at this point? No, not really. Risky, but not chasing. Can you move back to the Rev order book, please? Yeah, sure. Rev Dark Pool keeps creeping up 65.9. Nice. What data can we look at to observe the compounding of Revlon FTDs? You can look at the available FTD data and the fail to volume ratio on that data. Does the fact that they filed for Chapter 11 over Chapter 7 signal that they are looking to restructure? I mean, yes. That's exactly what that means. What new Revlon FTD data? The 30th. So next Tuesday. No problem. Next week looking like a bullish week? I don't know if that's a question, Yoza. It doesn't look as bad from a macro standpoint. Like for the basket stocks, it should be kind of a slow week because it's like the dead zone between FTD cycles. But for the SPY, it shouldn't be terrible. So you take the FTDs. So you take one FTD, T plus 35, then look to that date for the new FTD. No, you would look at the print, whatever the FTDs are total, right? And then you would go back T minus 2 to the trade date. And then you would compare the volume from the trade date to the number of generated fails. And that would give you your fail to volume ratio. No problem, man. What makes FTD cycles? Why are they not constant? Generally, a period of high volume will cause fails, right? Because the higher the volume, the higher the ratio of fails, right? The more volume goes up on something illiquid, the higher concentration of fails. So the higher the fail to volume ratio will get. Because as price moves in one direction drastically, there create less liquidity, and so you get more and more failures. And then that sends off, fails that occur here, which then send off, fails that occur here. And then, whatever caused this initial burst of volume will cause likely another burst of volume in the future. And that will cause, so it just keeps going out over time. Like on GameStop, the cycles, things that cause high volume, like OPEXs, right? Because there's so much option settlement going on. Next week, a good week for CSPs on Rev or Fubo. I'm trying to get my cost basis down. This doesn't seem terrible. And it's mostly the way meme stocks volume profiles work, right? Like OPEXs are high volume, which generates FTDs for the like ETF FTD period, right? And they're low liquidity. They're high volume and low liquidity, which requires ETFs to maintain a stream of liquidity, right? And so because they use ETFs to create liquidity, you get ETF FTDs for 6 days, you get FTDs for, 4 days, and you have this failure period, and then you have the next OPEX, which generates a whole new set of fucking FTDs, right? And so you get a constant cyclical pattern of, big volume events and fails. Big volume event, fail, big volume event, fail. Seems like a lot of momentum to the downside. For what? The SPY? It's a chunk, right? Like, I mean, sure, it could. Especially if we see a sell off into close. Scalping Rev is like a full-time job in and of itself. It's exhilarating and scary. What would happen if Perlman announced he bought the remaining float? All currently open obligations in the market would have to be covered. Volkswagen 2.0. He probably has enough capital to do that, huh? I mean, still a billionaire. The cost of the shares outstanding is like 25 million or something. $24 million. Thank you. Wouldn't he get sued into oblivion for what? He's allowed to do that. He's a majority stakeholder in the company. He can buy it. I can't afford that. You can't really use GME for margin. Unfortunately. What do you look for when you're looking for entries into an option or stock? All kinds of shit. It depends on what stock and what entry. There's no universal there's no universal answer to that question. He can front run. I never front run anybody. Which name is worse, Jimmy Erica or Bye Bye Baby? Jimmy Erica. GM Erica. Gamurka. Gamurica. Guh. Such a fucking god, I hate it so much. What kind of ramen should I get today? Are you going to like a place? Spicy miso. Correction, the current price of free float would cost 19.4 million to lock. Well, it's getting close, I think. Looks like they're having a hard time finding shares to satisfy trades. Just grinding up more FTDs, right? This is the good stuff. Ooh, black garlic oil. Yum. Sambal duck broth for ramen? Huh. I've never had duck broth on ramen. Isn't selling CCs like an infinite money glitch? Sure. It's work. I don't know if it's an infinite money glitch, but yeah. Consistently compounding. Once you have enough shares, it eventually becomes very, very profitable, right? Just liquidate yourself, throw everything into a Schwab level 4 account, and you know they'll give you 20x margin. I already have portfolio margin with IBKR and Schwab. But yeah, I would have to liquidate my GME, and I'm never gonna do that. Is the Fed finally doing some QT? Maybe. But mostly I think it's just nothing positive was said by JPOW this morning, right? FYI, I have a super diverse port. 99.9% of it is Revlon 35Cs, but I bought one share of Revlon so I could see the price on my home screen. If you're gonna buy the float, wouldn't you buy options near the money and then have your buy drive them in the money? I mean, sure. What would be bullish on the Rev FTD report? If it actually has FTDs? This report shouldn't have really that much on it, I don't think. Was there a name for what I did earlier when I kept buying blocks of 2,000 rev shares at 628 to see if I could break the market maker? No. That's just buying into the, like, you're just buying into the sell wall, right? I think one thing Wall Street estimates is the entertainment we get from playing their game poorly, which then makes them scramble to handle things like the rev situation. I mean, they were fucked on the rev situation before any of us showed up, but this just makes it way worse, right? Thanks for the heads up on the wheat call. That's the only thing green for me right now. Don't worry, it'll go red soon enough. With the price jump, there's FTDs from then. Oh yeah, actually, this is 8-1, isn't it? Oh, this one should be good. We'll get to see what the fail to volume ratio was on the second bounce. Because this will have what? We'll have 8-1 through. But it won't have August 15. Yeah, so it'll have the 1st, but not the 15th. SPY's creeping up to 407.60. What Revlon fill to volume ratios are you hoping for? I mean, anything above 30% is awesome. How is it possible to lower the short position by half while failing over 100% of the volume? Oh, you don't, right? You can kick it, right? It just becomes part of the FTDs. And SPY's heading for like 405 by end of day today. VIX going parabolic. I know. Sold out of my 400p too soon. How was there a Dan on your first stream? Have Dans always existed? They have. Did the shorts get out of the VIX? Maybe a little bit. Some might have. This is pretty, a break below 410 is pretty bearish going into Monday. We'll see. Where's everyone this week going back to the OG stream? I don't know, reminiscing. Up 72% of my VIX calls. Should trim or leave potential for big spikes. Already took profits earlier and wondering if it's VIX VUPS time. I'm not touching my VIX position right now. But to be fair, most of it's really far dated. Nice, Chris. Hmm. And so it begins. What's your Rev Hopium at the moment? I don't have any Hopium. It'd be nice to see more fails. Can you put both GME charts on the screen? I was comparing them to find crime. Hmm. Do you think you can explain like on 5 Volga-Vana squeezes in under 10 seconds? Hmm. No. Sorry. It was totally different. I was not totally different. It was weird and I didn't know what I was doing, but it wasn't. I mean, I still don't know what I'm doing, but it's not totally different. Can you do your magic trick where you predict where the spy is going to go next week and then it magically happens exactly how you say? Whoa. Calm the fuck down, all right, Petzel? That's not all right. I'll try. We'll see. Maybe Sunday night. Volgavana squeeze in 10 seconds. Things happen to profit. Apologetic, humble, less guarded. Totally different, not in a bad way. I guess. He was nice back then. I wasn't that nice. You guys are forgetting the AMC rants. Screen capping 69 viewers. To be fair, most days I have no idea how many people are watching this. Whoa. Is that Big Thunder? Okay. Yeah, I sold all the AMC shares before Ape. This guy didn't forget your AMC rants. Thanks, Twin Peaks. What's crazy to me is so many of the people that were in here like day one are still here. Which, I mean, is a testament to how entertaining I am, but why would we ever leave? Day 4. That's how cults work. Thanks, guys. It's a testament to how traumatized we are from GME. You've just been here so long that you have, oh, god damn it. Stockholm Syndrome? Stockholm? Yeah, that. Losing money is team sport? Yeah. And clowns are hard to... Fuck you, JC. I'm here one day, work started back up, and I've still not missed at least 2 hours of your streams. Thanks, Entropy. I'm only here because I don't know how to cancel my subscription, and I refuse to not use my money efficiently. I was here day one for the first week. You were boring. I came back in August last year when you weren't boring anymore. Thanks. Yep, I remember that, bipolar. It's called Stockholm Syndrome. It's worth watching the old streams when Jimmy was making big run-ups to see Gherk when he believed in MOASS. I did once, you know. What's the next spy resistance? 40612. I've been here since day one, lurking, but I only started to comment. I'm sorry, I'll go back to being a lurker. No, you're fine, Stannis. Keep hanging out. Dude, you've done so much for this community. Because of you, so many people have had the chance to realize compounding gains through selling puts and covered calls. My dad will be able to retire. That's fucking awesome, man. Congratulations. Tell your dad I said what's up. Am I banned? No, you're not, turd. Why would I ban you? Also, how's the baby stuff going? Sad to say I won't be able to join your streams as much since work will require me to go to the office starting next week. Thanks for the pro tip on using the bathroom a lot to trade. Yeah, no problem, man. I'll see you when you're on the shitter. Don't forget to say hi. Yep, I remember when you first joined, Hella. Or, well, when you first started saying things. I don't even trade stocks. I'm just here. You're the only constant in the world. I feel safe here, even though I just lose money somehow. What was everyone freaking out with Rev over? Did I miss some crazy news? No, there was like liquidity got like really locked up at like 628, and then there was a big sell wall, and then it got blown up, and that was exciting. And Ivy did a crazy thing, and then it all was over. Hey, my VIX calls are printing. Mine too. I should have bought more. Every time my VIX calls print, I wonder why I didn't just full port into them. You know? Like when my hedge prints, I'm like, oh, that should just be my entire portfolio. I know why it's not, but I want it to be. Remember the Dans lobbied hard for Carl as mod? I do. Thanks, Anthony. When I started watching you, I was high all day. Now I haven't smoked for almost a year. Why? We missed the perm with frosted tips and your problems with Con Edison. This is our safe place? Oh, okay. That's fair. I used to love when you weren't sure if we could hear you. I'm still not sure that you guys can hear me. Can I have a bit more Kool-Aid before we do the whole helter smelter thing? Yeah, it's in the fridge. Purple jug. I became a billionaire a couple weeks ago. How do I get access to the members only streams? Oh, you'll have that automatically. You'll just be able to join them. Not your average guy. I wouldn't have gotten into much less understood options without your stream. I made profits, lost them, and having fun learning as I go. Thanks, Kirk, for showing me a new way to fantasize about making lots of money and being a cool dude. Thanks, that 80s guy. You're a cool dude too, man. We're not in a recession. We're not in a recession. Okay, if I keep repeating this, the SPY will magically jump. What, did you buy calls? Are you bullish on the SPY? Of all the things that are despicable right now, being bullish on the SPY is the most despicable. Like during that entire like bear rally, people that were like, ah, fuck this, recession's over, we're going to the moon. Ew. And you know who you are. Gross. I started watching after I read your exit DD. I had a lot of it had a lot I never considered. So I hung around to see what else I could learn. Been losing money ever since. Happy to be here. Not a cult. Thanks, Arugras. I wonder how many people actually watch the stream that don't even have trading accounts. Or started without accounts and then made one. More than a few, I think. One sec. Remember how Carl betrayed the Dans once he became a mod? Lady VWAP remembers. It's all about the people you step on the way up, right? I learned not to diamond hand options, shit on the pours, and make compounding gains. Best return on investment on a pickle ever. Also, Volker. Spy to $3. One can only hope. I'll tell you right now, my VIX calls would very much like the spy to go to $3. I remember Mo Money coming in here and hearing the OG Tillionaire song. That was fucking funny. Wheat's kind of ripping. Oh shit. Yeah, it's moving today. 4%. How exciting. Can we just watch wheat all day? Oh, God, no. You stole my grandma's iced tea glasses. Oh, these? I think this might have been my grandma's. You need a haircut? You need a haircut on your margin. Critical hairline. Revlon covered calls end of day. What about them? Oh, like sell them at the end of day? Yeah. Apparently, it's predatory to give margin to a disabled class. I mean, only if they know. I don't have any spy puts, but I have VIX calls. I have SPXS or SPX puts. I think I still have SPXX calls. SPXX hasn't moved much, though. I'm watching you forever, man. I've made more and then lost more money than I could have ever imagined. It's been a wild, fun ride. Thanks, Vesture. Oh, they know? They have my trade logs. That's true. What do you think happens to the rev price through the end of today and then next week? Not a lot. I mean, that's kind of what I was planning on, at least. You have to expect slightly less profits to get a fill. Yeah, sometimes. See, Ultimate Flex is a true pigeon whale to time out the other pigeon whales. They may not be poor, but they don't have fake internet power. That's all you ever wanted, isn't it, Carl? SPXX is up almost 9%. Yeah, but that's just not very much, right? Like when you have calls, it's not that great. What's a good platform to trade live futures? You can use IBKR. Schwab has it. For minis, Ninja Trader is really good. I just want to say thanks for all your help over the past 18 months. I've learned so much and had my best day ever scalping SPX today. I can't say thanks enough. Cheers, mate. Thank you, Dominic. I appreciate it, dude. I found the stream because my neck hurt from staring at the GME ticker on my phone all day. I was looking for somebody to show the price and whisper bullish things into my ear. I ended up with a wrinkle and a hive mind instead. Sometimes it do be how it do, you know? Daniel Supreme, lipstick magnet, king of your neighborhood in Philadelphia. I still have a job somehow. Do I get a perfect attendance since day one certificate? If I had one, I mean, I could make one for you if you really want it. Would you? Let's say you to some spy calls for next week's irrationality. I might buy some. Do you ever sell CSPs on stocks you don't want to own just to collect premium? Yeah. That's what wheeling is. Here since day one, I watch you almost constantly, almost every day, and learn priceless knowledge. Thanks for everything you do. Even though I rarely talk, I appreciate the information. Now can you make the SPY go back to 420 so I can buy back in? I promise I won't tell the SEC. Cuckoo. Thank you, Costellosaurus. I know you have been, and I appreciate it, man. Average Joe has joined the fold. Oh my god, Average Joe is no longer a poor? Oh, the world's gonna break now. Earlier today, you talked about volume up with no price movement. Does that work on any time frame? Like 1 and 5 minute? It can work on longer time frames too, but I mean, you've probably missed the opportunity in that case. Hmm. General Supreme running the Philly exchange. Is that what we're gonna call babysitting Matt Kors now? I started watching the stream in November in order to time my exits better on OPEX. Oh, the irony. Are the cost to trade on IBKR futures? All futures trading has costs. Some are lower than others. Ninja Trader is just really good for trading minis. You don't have to like you don't have to use Ninja Trader. There's other options, but it's worth the cost. Yep, next downside resistance is at 405.29. I'm scared to wheel Rev because they may just run out of shares and give me a fake one. Who cares? When do you expect the next Rev FTD dump? Early September, probably. Jimmy on the 30-minute is wobbling in some kind of descending channel. Okay. It sometimes breaks like 1-3% up. Like now, is there any special TA behind that? Like when this channel will actually break? Generally, if it tests the upside of the channel, which it has not today. If it gets rejected and then bounces higher in the channel. So say Monday, you know, it comes up, tests, fails, and then bounces higher. That's bullish. That's like the reversal you're looking for, is you're looking for a higher low. God, everyone's just strangling shit today. What's a good strangle on Rev for the next week? 557? Not terrible. Although, you could go a bit wider to try to avoid assignment. It'd be at the next Fed announcement, which I think are in September. There's September. There would be September 20th. Wait, no. September 14th or the 21st. I don't know. $8.2 million positive delta on what? What? On SPY chain, highest we've seen in a while. Thoughts on this giving us a dead cat bounce on Monday, T plus Tuesday? Yeah, it's possible. I think the market will recover from this drop like early next week. There'll be another opportunity to probably, unless it crashes on Monday, there'll be an opportunity to reposition, I think. It looks so much worse zoomed out. Yeah, it looks pretty bad. As my financial advisor, can you help me decide if I should close my Fubo CSPs at a loss? I kind of want to keep the capital available for Rev. Oh, I mean, that's up to you. What are they at? $4? I guess you could if you want to. Markets never crash on Mondays. Of course not. Over a year ago, I chatted with you about whether or not I should quit my job because MOASS was imminent, or stay to like a cash and a stock option. Guess who's cashing in at the end of September? Congratulations, Boofus. Good for you, man. Ordered options is a strategic investment. Was so excited when it came. Then I realized I ordered the study guide. Regular copy coming Monday. No problem, man. I might straddle my SPX put at close. Right? So I already have SPX puts. But I might straddle them with like, depending on where we close, like maybe like 40/70s. Calls. Yeah, shorter DTE. Just to carry over the weekend in case there's any like unreasonable bullishness into Monday and my profits like slide a bit. Ouch. Do you even remember people like me who barely talk and mostly lurk? I do remember you, Street Lamp. You said something earlier, though. Well, I should have talked smack about Rad earlier in the day. Why? What's it doing? Oh, shit. Rad had a good day today. That's interesting. Can we ban the Porsche from chat, please? I'm sick of them. See how quickly it happens? There's also a frequent bounce up post SLD we haven't seen yet. It could hit Monday. Yeah, I agree. I mean, we've seen some of it this week. We did bounce up after Monday's drop. Because remember, SLD carried over into Monday. And then we moved back up to 421. But yeah, I agree. There can be more. What's up with GSAT? I really don't know, actual Dan. Why don't you tell me what's going on with it? I have no idea if Amazon's buy. Why would Amazon want to buy EA? Although, to be fair, with EA's history of leaking information, it might be correct. Do you still think SPY next week will be bullish, recover? A little less certain now. It hasn't fallen below like 405. If we bounce into market close, I'd be pretty confident that we'd at least hold this level. Just remember, guys, don't get fucking greedy, right? Like, I know why you're asking me the question on what SPY will do on Monday. And it's because you want to hold your shit over the weekend. But if you're up like 3 or 400% on your puts, you can always reposition next week, right? Like, you didn't buy a bi-weekly put to predict a market crash. So you're just hoping that your bi-weekly put gets caught in a market crash? Speak for yourself. Are you familiar with Bookmap? I am. Does it do what you do in an easy to use visual? It does some of the things I do in an easy to use visual. It's not a bad tool. It's expensive. Who's your favorite pour? Well, it used to be Average Joe, but now he thinks he's so good, so much better than everyone else. I guess whoever his mortal enemy is on the Discord. For all of you degens who are still holding Tesla puts, it has a tendency to rip 10 minutes prior to market close, and a ton of volume hits the exchange. It does. Average Joe, you need to change your name to Above Average Joe now. Uncommon Joe. Rough data for Nvidia. I thought yesterday's run was a bit sus after earnings miss. Yeah, I mean, it was a rough day for everything, right? A very red day. The only things up are on my watch list here, like Bobby, the VIX, Wheat, Rad, whatever the fuck BCTX is. Why do I have this stupid delisted stock on here? Yeah, it's it. Rev was up for a minute today. When the S&P hit negative 4%, I mean, it's already broke down below 106. I mean, probably not today. Market crashes, but I can't get my $30 put on GME to print. Congratulations. You too, Blueberry Batman. Oh, that's right. I need to hedge my SPX puts. Give me a second. 4060s? This is gonna have to drop more. $40.70 still. Hmm. I still have the 4150s I bought yesterday. So I'm trying to hedge those. Has the SPY dropped this bad before recently? Yeah, it had about a 300 BPS drop between Friday and Monday. Fubo bounced off support again. That's good. At 363. Did you sell your Rev Jans last, like, a couple days ago when it ran up? I took profits on them, and then I bought some more today at like 0.9 just to have some exposure, but I'm gonna wait to try to get more. Hopefully I do. Otherwise I'll have to chase them. $359? When selling CSPs, brokers will set aside collateral cash, right? Yeah, usually. Unless you have margin, in which case they won't. I'm not really seeing a downside to loading up on Fubo. They continue to not make money, and their price declines. I mean, there's always a downside. Lord Joe of Nottingham made 450 in 3 minutes on slight in the money Tesla calls. I love you, Greg. Have a great weekend. Congratulations, man. You too. BBBY green, everything else red. Yeah. I mean, there's other green shit, but BBBY is green today. but still at $10. So Rad EMA 50 just crossed above VWAP. Cool. That's interesting. Rev green. Oh yeah, Rev went green too. Look at that. GME's down still. Sumo? I'm not sure. I don't even care about profits on the stocks. I just want to hear Gert congratulate me one day on a play. Have a great weekend, all. Thank you so much, regards, Kiki. I'll see you Sunday. I have the hypothesis on short data and reporting dates. Can you get the latest short report data from FINRA? Or do you have to buy some bullshit product to get it? Oh, you just can't get it. You have to be a registered. You have to wait till it's released. So yeah. Otherwise, you have to be like a registered FINRA member and have like a portal access. Little rev push at the end of the day. Yeah, not bad. They're all popping up a little bit at the end of the day. The SPY tanked again. I just straddled it. You typically do at the money or a couple dollars each way from the current strike. For overnights on the SPY, at the money. So like where it's trading right now, I would buy 406 call, 405 put. Although I will say that my current straddle is a bit lopsided. Because I have in the money puts, out of the money calls. Any chance we could get a CSP pickle pick of the week for us Theta gangbangers? Yeah, I could try. They're hard to find, but yeah, I'll see what I can come up with. See you later, Buckled Up Jen. Everybody say goodbye to Buckled Up Jen. A moment of silence for our spy calls? What spy calls? Why do you have calls on the spy right now? Easy free money for Vega gang. Yeah. Sometimes the stock spikes again and fucking destroys you though. SPY doing things into close? Yeah. It's fucking printing my calls and making me want to sell them already. I somehow capped my 412p for October At 25%, not complaining, but I need to reassess my risk management. Possibly. Sorry to hear that. I do those every once in a while. Don't worry, Pickles Picks generally has some variety. It's not all just like options YOLOs. And remember, anything that you play with options, you can also just play with stock. At will enjoyment, thank you so much. Did you get censored? What a wild, shitty week it's been for me. Haven't been able to stop by and say hi. I hope all you pickle maniacs have had a good week and that you get to rest and enjoy your weekend. See you all again next week. Take care and be kind. Thank you so much, Atwell. Have a great weekend. I'll see you on Sunday. See you later, Dominic. Can just roll out until Ivy crushes. Yeah, you can, as long as you have the margin to maintain it. Although, you know, I had a buddy who was doing that on Tesla before it popped after the split, like back in 2020, and he got just fucking destroyed. There comes a point at which you can't roll out anymore. Annie MC, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us
Later, Sega Star.
ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion.
Thanks for the help. I made 112% on my SPX calls. I sold the majority of it for profits and kept 20 for potential downside on Monday. Congratulations, Ali. Good job, man. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. All right, so, you know, I guess we'll do the wrap up real quick. You know what? I'll just use TradingView. It looks better over there. So, big slide in the SPX today. We'll use the SPY. Down about 330 basis points, all the way back down to that 405 resistance, which is, you know, kind of the, well, actually a little bit below the neckline here for that last tail part of the rally. The ascending wedge that we were in has definitely broken down. Obviously, if this continues into Monday, the next downside price targets would be 395 and 387.40, both of which are pretty important. I don't know if it will. I think after this hard of a fall, we may see some recovery. Either that, or we're going to see some really, really serious downside, like down into the 60s. If this keeps dropping through the weekend and we see, you know, futures falling off into Monday morning, it's gonna get pretty wild. Thanks, LSD. And most of this just really not on any actual news. And I think with the jobs reports coming in next week and, you know, minimal big macroeconomic data, that we will likely see some stabilization, probably between 400 and 413 to the high end. But we'll see how it looks by this Monday. Revlon being a little weird today. Had some very strange like liquidity lockups around the midday where it just right here where it just got kind of stuck at 628. They tried to stop the breakout. They were unsuccessful. It broke out above and then kind of just relaxed into the end of the day. This is starting, I think, to get more illiquid, and they're trying to possibly control gamma expansion on it, because obviously that would present a great deal of risk if you're unable to hedge it. Fubo dropping down to its lower support in my buy-in range. As far as I'm concerned, any buy-ins below this point, like opportunity to buy the stock between 260 and here, are a great opportunity to DCA. If Fubo is something you're interested in, I like it quite a bit, so I will be buying the dip, so to speak. BBBY actually did pretty well today, maintaining its upper trend on this channel and actually pulling up a little bit. The biggest problem here is that there's almost a constant sell-off of the $10 strike and a lot of put gamma between 11 and 13. And this means that every time it tests 11, the market maker starts selling shares. And then when the market maker starts selling shares, people start selling $10 calls. Because obviously the $10 call they bought at $9.50 is now dropping in price. And so this kind of makes it very, very hard for BBBY to move up into this higher channel. I'm not saying it can't, but right now it's not looking so good. We'll see how the OI looks for next week, and I'll update this going into Monday. But yeah, right now, I mean, very much locked into this lower wedge. And then GME kind of trading flat most of today, right at like gamma neutral, just below gamma neutral maybe. And on this $30.70 resistance. If this continues to break down through this trend over the next week, we may see lows as low as like 28 or 26.50. So that's what I'll be watching out for. Great time to reposition. Good opportunities to sell cash secure puts. And maybe really good opportunities to buy calls for September OPEX. And then if you guys are already in covered calls, obviously not in a lot of danger for moves to the upside right now. Anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. And I will see you, well, member stream Sunday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. And then the rest of you, I'll see you bright and early Monday morning. Have a good weekend, guys.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.